was going to suffer. I didn't want to talk about my friend today. Yeah.
All right, well, good evening. Today is Tuesday, June 7, 2022. The time is 5 p.m. And the Victorville City Council and the same council also sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Rail Authority, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, the City as Housing Asset Successor, Joint Powers Financing Authority, Victorville Water District. All of the foregoing will now come to order.
I don't think it's on.
I just asked him to turn your mic up.
Oh, nobody can hear me? Hello?
Barely.
Testing? Okay, so can we turn my sound up? Should I repeat it again? Did no one hear me?
I could hear you. It's just, it's very faint. So you could go from where you're at.
Okay, so the meeting's now called to order. Madam Clerk, will you kindly call the roll?
Councilmember Becerra.
Here.
Councilmember Gomez.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Mayor Jones.
Here.
We have quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, before I move on to the introductions to public comments, Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on closed session items?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. All right, with that said, we're going to move on to the declaration of closed session items by our city attorney, Mr. DeBornowski.
Thank you, Mayor Jones. We have 3 items this evening. Each one is existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D1. The case names are unspecified since disclosure at this point might jeopardize settlement discussions. To the extent there's reportable action, we will report it either at the conclusion of the closed session or at the commencement of the regular 6 o'clock session.
All right, thank you, Mr. DeBornowski. All right, at this time, we're going to recess to closed session and we will resume our open session at 6 p.m. Savannah, you know what room we're going to be over there? Oh.
think I got bumped out. Okay, good.
2, I think. It should be prompting you to join.
Yeah, I can. I'm going to put myself on mute though. I'm guessing. Can you hear him speaking?
Is that Richard?
Yes.
Yes, we hear you.
I'm sorry. I wasn't sure. All right. I'm all connected. Thank you.
You're welcome. Please mute yourself for the time being.
Will do.
Oh, no, no.
Well, good evening, everyone. Today is Tuesday, June 7th, 2022. The time is 6 p.m. We are resuming the open session of our regular meeting, the following of which will now come to order. The Victorville City Council and the same council also sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Rail Authority, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the redevelopment agency, the City as Housing Assets successor, Joint Powers Financing Authority, and the Victorville Water District. Madam Clerk, will you kindly call the roll?
Councilmember Becerra,
Present.
Councilmember Gomez.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving, Mayor Jones.
Here.
We have quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, Mr. DeBortnowski, are there any announcements to be made from closed session?
Thank you, Mayor Jones. We had 3 items this evening, all of which were existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D1. And the case names were unspecified, since to do so would have possibly jeopardized existing settlement negotiations. At this time, there is no reportable action with respect to any of those items.
Yes, thank you, Mr. DeBortnowski. All right, we're now going to move on to our invocation. The pastor that was scheduled to be here this evening is unable to make it. So I'm going to be leading us in prayer. We're going to follow that by a moment of silence, and then our Pledge of Allegiance will be conducted this evening by Lieutenant Bachman. So if everyone will stand, if you're able. Father in heaven, we're so grateful that we can gather here tonight, and today is a momentous day in our country. It's election day, as we are ever endeavoring to create a more perfect union. But as we come here tonight, we know that we have business to conduct for the welfare and the good of our city. And we pray, Lord, that you would be with us to make decisions based on the wonderful reporting and analysis that we get from our staff, the voices of our community, our neighbors, and those things that really make a difference in making our community sound and healthy and vibrant. But Lord, we know that sometimes, in this world, people throw stones and are unkind to each other, and especially in political season. But we know that right here tonight, you've called this council to make decisions based on wisdom from heaven. And we know your word says, Lord, that this is what wisdom looks like. This is how it presents itself. First of all, it's pure, and then it's peaceable. It's considerate and submissive, full of mercy and good fruit. And it's also impartial and sincere. So in light of those very impacting words, help us to ponder them tonight and use them to make our decisions, not swayed by anything other than what is wise and will magnify your name. In all of these things we pray, our mighty Lord, in Jesus' name, amen. All right, a moment of silence, if everyone will remain standing. This is in respect for the lives lost in Uvalde, the 19 children and the 2 teachers, and what a great loss to our country. You bow your heads if you're so inclined. We're going to have a moment of silence. Thank you. If you'll remain standing, Lieutenant Bachman.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you, everyone, and thank you to our audience members for rising in a moment of silence. All right, we're now going to move on to a special presentation, or actually our Madam Clerk is going to swear in our new fire chief, Brian Fallon. So Madam Clerk, I hand this item over to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to ask Chief Fallon and his wife Amber to join me at the podium. Can everybody hear me? Can you guys hear?
I, Brian Fallon, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California. And I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations, Chief Fallon. We're so happy to have you with us. We know you'll do a fine job for our community. Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, will you kindly present the agenda and any revisions thereto?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have one revision to the agenda tonight. That's item number 3. There's a revision to the staff report. In particular, the discussion section, item number 4, paragraph 4, should read as follows. The following is a summary by project example comparing the proposed fee charges inclusive of the adjustments made to the road diff component with those calculated by staff for the city of Hesperia and Fontana based on the published fees charges. Table heading has been updated, so the table heading should read project description, assumptions, proposed fees, Hesperia and Fontana.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. We're now going to move on to conflict of interest declarations. Council members, anything to announce, declare? Okay, hearing seeing none, we're going to go ahead and move on to the introduction to public comments. So once again, everyone, welcome to tonight's meeting of the Victorville City Council. Your City Council is interested in your ideas and opinions and furthermore endeavors to incorporate them into its deliberations. At the same time, the council must be able to carry out its business in an organized and efficient manner, free from material disruption. Therefore, this meeting will be administered in accordance with the council's established policies and procedures and Government Code Section 54957.9. Individuals may speak on agenda items or on issues not posted on the agenda during the public comments section, providing those issues are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Individual speakers may address the council once per public comment period for up to 3 minutes. They can also speak once per public hearing item. Additional time may be allocated for appeal hearings in accordance with the city's adopted policy and procedures manual. Those who desire to comment on a public hearing item this evening may wish to reserve their remarks until that particular public hearing item has been opened. All testimony is to be directed solely to the council. Open meeting laws do not permit council members to engage in dialogue with any speaker during the public comment periods. And please know, however, that your comments and questions may be taken into consideration by council members when discussing that particular agenda item. The presiding officer may briefly respond or have staff respond to statements or questions, or may request that the staff report back to the council at a subsequent meeting. Speakers are requested to comment as briefly as the subject permits. Individual council members who speak as a member of the public do so without the semblance or presumption of authority derived from her public office and are subject to the same meeting rules of conduct and decorum as other public participants. Whether attending this meeting in person or via Zoom, once comments are invited, the speaker will be called on by name, then recognized by the presiding officer. The speaker will state the item number or numbers that will be addressed, or that the subject is a non-agendized matter. Audience members may not disrupt, disturb, or otherwise impede the orderly conduct of this meeting, and those who do are subject to removal from the meeting pursuant to Penal Code 403. Your understanding and cooperation are appreciated. All right, Madam Clerk, let's begin with speakers that we have from in chambers first.
Our first speaker is Mary Ann on a non-agendized item.
Thank you. Good evening and welcome to our meeting.
Hit and run, pedestrian fatalities, suicide, distracted drivers. These are just a few of Victor Valley News's headlines that are rapidly becoming the norm. Driver cooperation with authorities, and then what? June 3rd, 2022, May 29th, 2022, May 28th, 2022, May 26th, 2022, April 12th, 2022, April 8th, 2022, April 4th, 2022, and then again on April 4th, less than 1 hour after my youngest child was killed, another pedestrian was fatally struck by a vehicle. 2 graduations, Mother's Day, 2 birthdays, including their own. These are events that Sam Garland was prepared for, but not present for. They will not be present for next year's graduations, 17 birthdays, their son's high school graduation. The list will continue forever. Sam's ashes have been spread, their last wishes followed to a T. We've all tried to say goodbye, but much more work needs to be done. This council has begun the process of placing a few signals here and there in this little desert community. Is that enough? Have you really done the work you have to, have you really done the work to have earned the raise you're so generously written at your own hand? Do you honestly feel you have done enough? Victorville sheriffs believe that they do enough with these criminals. Let me repeat, Victorville Sheriff Department believes they do enough with criminal drivers who, quote, cooperate with law enforcement. They protect them, they set them free. Vehicular manslaughter is a misdemeanor as long as the driver isn't intoxicated and doesn't flee. Speeding, cell phone usage, road rage, sleeping behind the wheel. For these, you may only get a ticket, even if you kill someone. The attitude seems to be, meh, just don't do it again. Be careful next time. Please remember, sometimes there is no next time. Planning Commission, traffic committees, etc. They do, however, have a next time, and that time needs to be now. I urge you, council, to make it a priority to survey these high incidence intersections in your care. Please make this a priority. Replan your plan. Please don't allow for another Corbin, Tommy, or my Sam to die in vain. City planner, it's time for you to replan. Please remember, sometimes there is no next time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, and condolences from the entire council and staff. Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Thomas Fleming on a non-agendized item.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Fleming, and welcome to our meeting. Love your aloha shorts.
Good evening. I moved here about a year ago, a little bit less than a year ago, and it's beautiful here. The people are beautiful. The food is amazing. Just the energy is really, I mean, it's a nice place, you know. The only thing is, the cops, the sheriffs, kind of like, you know, Nazi-ish. where I was outside my house looking at the flowers and the bees, and a cop came up to me and asked for my ID and my date of birth. And I said, "This is odd. I'm just looking at the flowers and the bee." And so that was weird. Secondly, in your prayer, you mentioned Jesus. It says, "In God we trust." Jesus was all about love. God is love. When I see dogs run over on the street, when I hear about people run over on the street every day and nothing's being done, where are the bridges? Where are the tunnels? Why isn't one road in Victorville human and animal safe? You can put barriers up. This place is beautiful. Why don't you care about humans more than your beautiful buildings? Yeah, your malls are nice. So many gas stations, so many car lots, but there is not one road that is human and animal safe. Why is that? That is a neglect. That is not caring for human life, which God created humans, don't you think? Jesus loved humans. And you're all in fear right now, except you. You're all in fear right now. Jesus said, "Do not fear, have faith." You make me wear this mask. I'm not afraid of coronavirus. There is no coronavirus. China won the war. Donald Trump tried to start a war with China. China won. He called his bluff. Now we all have to wear masks. Go to China. They've been wearing masks for 20 years. They won the war. They're in charge of our country. All those 5G towers, it's all Chinese technology. What are they doing? I have no idea, but these masks are Chinese, and it's hurting our kids. They're not getting enough oxygen. Hurting our elderly. They're not getting enough oxygen, and you're fine with it. You made me put on this mask, Mayor. Where's your mind? Where is your mind? Where's your heart? Start believing in Jesus. Read what he was about. I have 36 seconds. Read what God was about. God is love. Read the Bible. If you really had compassion for humans, you would have human and animal friendly roads and safe roads. That's what you would do. But you're not doing it. You know why? Because you're afraid. Put on a mask and just hope everything goes away. Hope. That's what you do. Wake up. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming. Mr. DeBortnowski, does the mayor or any other council member have the authority to order audience members to wear masks?
No, that's a requirement by the CDC.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Brendan O'Brien on a non-agendized item.
Good evening, Mr. O'Brien. Welcome to our meeting.
Hello, I'm Brendan O'Brien. I'm not sure how I'm going to follow up with that presentation. My non-agenda item is very short and simple. It's based on the Old Specific Town Plan. I represent a group of investors building out the Old Town, or at least trying to build out the Old Town, just asking for a little bit of help from the City Council to build out and increase the lighting and have I can put together an RFP. I can work with the city. I have a couple ideas. It's a strong business plan that works well with the police, because every police car that is rolled out costs a couple $100 based on dispatch, and take them off the beat of other opportunities or other critical situations. We figure if you look at the Old Town, you have from A all the way down to D Street, and just a 5-block radius of 5th Street to 4th Street to 9th Street. You have about 80 to 85 telephone poles that the lighting is controlled through Southern California Edison right away. I know this is not the first time that this has been surfaced or brought to the attention of the City Council, but trying to raise this up and raise this up to the top of the agenda items, because as per the Old Town Specific Plan, we're trying to generate revenue and new businesses, and businesses are not going to survive if people are afraid to go shopping there. And after this City Council meeting, you go down to the corridor, Old Town, and walk through any of those alleys. I dare you to do that this evening, because it's pretty scary. And if we just get lights, it could answer a lot of problems. And the cost per light essentially is $400 per light. And there's definitely some soft costs with coordinating with Southern California Edison. If you multiply that by the number of light poles, which are about 80, we're really looking at a small small amount of budget that's going to be required to solve this problem, and it could actually deter a lot of crime in the area, as well as reduce the load of the sheriff's department that is impacted with all kinds of different, the crime that is a little bit worse than the larceny and burglary, more like crimes like assault and death and things like that. But if you could please reconsider or put this at the top of agenda items, and perhaps work with the city planning group to maybe put a task force together to get city lighting, that'd be great, and a timeline.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. We appreciate your interest in revitalizing Old Town and working with Victorville to do that. All right, Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Robert Richardson on a non-agendized item.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Richardson. Welcome to our meeting.
My concerns today is with my neighborhood. We are having tremendous problems with people that decides to put 30 or 40-inch speakers in their cars. And they come home late at night and they get up and go to work early in the morning. And those speakers are playing. And everybody in my neighborhood is frustrated because they can't continue their sleep at night, their things that they want to do because of those speakers. And the second item is that when we call in to dispatch says, well, we'll send an officer out. Or do you want us to send an officer out? We say, yes. They never send the officer out, or the officer has been sent out but don't come until after 24 hours or longer. Then they have smart things to say. Another item that I had on that card was that we are starting to, in my neighborhood, I'm a neighborhood watch captain. People are putting everything on their lines. I went into code enforcement and asked concerning, how is that possible? Code enforcement said, Mr. Richardson, the only thing they can put on their lines is rocks and grass. And this person cut down a tree in the backyard and spread it all over their lawns. And I've been here in Victorville going on 32 years. And this is the first time I've had this problem. And everybody in here knows that Victorville have winds and they are strong. And everything next door across the street is trash is coming in your yard. So what I did was I asked them, what could they do about it? And I have a case number over a month ago. They said that we're going to have them to remove all the bark, all the trash that came from a tree out of their front yard. So they couldn't do it. Yet today, a month later, nothing has happened. And I have to clean my yard because of them. And it's going on so long, a month.
Your time is up.
Mr. Richardson, I want you to know that we've heard every word you've said. We appreciate your coming here tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk,
Our next speaker is Suresh Gaftian.
welcome, sir.
Thanks to Anka Gomez. I spoke to her this morning. I'm an investor in Victorville for last 11 years. I have a few properties out here. I have only 2 issues, and you're giving me 3 minutes if I may try to finish what I want to say.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry. The first issue I have is the police department. When I'm here since this morning because my house got vandalized today. And this is not the first time it got vandalized. Last week it was vandalized. I called police, the sheriff department. It takes 3 hours to come because they consider vandalism is not a priority call for them. Simple as that. I believe if Victorville Police Department, Enforcement Department will have that respond to a normal citizen, then let the people live like this bad life. I'm just an investor. I'll just sell my properties and move somewhere else. But look at the people, those who are living here, living in this kind of bad neighborhood where police can not respond on a call. My second issue is for the scam between City of Victorville. Mr. City Attorney, you should note what I'm trying to say.
Sir, we have a policy that you have to address the entire.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No worries. I appreciate your
Sorry,
cooperation.
sorry. That was my first issue, which was police department, the sheriff department here. If they have that response, then I don't mind if the crime goes to a highest level and criminals will live here in those vandalized homes or whatever not. But my second issue was very important, which I want to say was that the city of Victorville and the water utility companies, they put landlord responsible if they have tenants in there. Okay, I don't mind. I'm a landlord, I'm an investor. I have my property here for rent, fine. But when my tenant, they stop paying the rent, allow me to call the city and tell them, hey, turn off their utility. So that way, I don't have to come out from my pocket. If my tenants don't pay, why should I be liable? I had paid my tenants last 9 months utility since they had vandalized my home. I have a police reports, I have video cameras. The people, those who are vandalizing, I have a video cameras, but the police department in Victorville, I haven't got no response from them so far. If this is
Your
the,
time is up.
if this is a police department you have in your city, ma'am,
Thank you, sir. I
I
apologize.
feel that just consider this one, instead of giving an oath to the people.
Sir, my apologies. Thank you, but we have heard you. Thank you so very much. Madam Clerk,
Our next speaker is Lydia Marshara,
welcome. Good to see you.
agenda item 17.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Pretty much everybody knows who I am by now because of my emails, because of my calls. But today I'm here because I'm happy. I'm relieved. God is good. That's all I can say. But I want to say a special thank you for the code enforcement. I'm here on item 17. And for the ones that don't know, I quit my job in December 30th because I did not agree the way that Illumination Foundation was conducted services for our homeless. Since that day that I left the shelter, I've been on the street almost every day, taking water, helping in any way I can for those homeless that were kicked out by Illumination Foundation. Some of them with COVID in January. A lot of them with mental issues. And this company that came from out of our city had no compassion for any of them. I stand by you guys today because I need to say thank you. Thank you because I cried a lot. Thank you because we do have a beautiful high desert with plenty of nonprofit organizations that are willing to lay a hand to all those in needs, whether they agree or they don't agree with what they're doing. But today, most of it, I'm telling you that I'm here for at least 56 of those homeless individuals that they were kicked out. not counting for the last 2 months because I stopped counting. Thank you because I know by someone else taking over right now, those homeless will have a place or a chance to go back and stay and have a bed to go to sleep. Thank you because a lot of us that are here today do care. Thank you because I remember meeting with one of the ladies for the code enforcement. And she told me, Lydia, if it makes you feel safe, code enforcement will be here. And to tell the truth, they were there. Not all the time, but they were there. So I just pray to God that High Desert Homeless Shelter, united with our community, will give the homeless what they need to move on for the next level. We have many success stories. So let's look for the good ones.
Your time is up.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Susan from God's Hand Extended on agenda item 17.
Yes. Good evening, Susan. Thank you for being with us.
Mayor and council members, my name is Susan Padilla Conway, and I have lived in the high desert for 61 years. And I want to thank you for all that you've done for our community. I humbly stand before you to tell you that I am a part of God's Hand Extended and excited to hear that our local community shelter is coming back to our community hands. I believe that everything has taken place this past year was not a mistake with the previous contract. It was God's way of showing the Victor Valley how passionate our community is regarding the individuals that live in that shelter. The individuals that live in the shelter are our friends and family. We want to see them succeed by the proper resources, and we believe the High Desert Homeless Shelter is the agency that will make this happen. You see, this is God's perfect timing. In this room sit several volunteers that served at the original 2012 warming shelter that provided a warm bed, healthy meal, touched hearts, and these volunteers made a difference in the guests' lives by their smiles, their kind words, and compassion and prayers. I stand before you, letting you know we will stand by and support High Desert Homeless Shelter as they take on this project. They have board members full of compassion and life experience individuals that will make every effort to make Victorville proud. We did it in the past, and High Desert Homeless Shelter will do it again. Let's go back to the basic, which is God and love. Once again, the shelter was opened in 2012 by volunteers making sure our guests knew about eternity, because our daily habits and life struggles can be overwhelming, but we will find love in the shelter and in our care. Thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of our volunteers and the guests that live in the shelter. I also would like to challenge everyone listening in this room or on Zoom. What are you doing to make a difference in our community? We may all have complaints and concerns, but it goes right back to us. What are you doing to make Victorville better? I thank you, God, and God bless each of you for what you do every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Padilla Conway. We appreciate you. Madam Clerk.
That concludes in-chamber speakers.
No, I'd like to also speak.
All right, so Councilmember Gomez is going to speak as a member of the audience. If you'll make your way to the podium, Ms. Gomez. Ms. Gomez, it would be helpful, and of course, you know our policy, if you'll announce the agenda item to which you're speaking, or if it's a non-agendized matter.
First, I'd like to thank everyone of the audience that is here. Please feel welcomed. We're trying to make the sphere of this wall appear that is non-existent. So if for whatever reason you have felt as an audience member segregated or unwelcomed, please rethink. We're trying to make a better spot for the community. My next thing that I'd like to address is the seating. This is the first time in many months that I observed that we have delineated a spot which unfortunately didn't fit many individuals. So I apologize for that. I tried to make it as comfortable as possible, but of course I wasn't authorized to take any of those pieces for you to have a seat. Next, there were several issues that were addressed. One was police authority / abuse. I have brought personally to the council several motions because as a member, I do spend a lot of time door knocking, bus stops, laundromats, anywhere that my presence is, I reach out because I know there's a need. And so with that attempt, I've brought in items which have not had a second or a motion, which were delineated today, hopefully for many of you to understand why I bring these subject matters. Police authority abuse that we see, the lack of triangulation to be able to understand why there's an increase in crime. The dispatch, sometimes we have individuals who may be very frustrated and appear to be very rude, but when we have a customer service base as a council and administration, I think the first thing that we have to do is work on customer service ourselves, me included, and I speak for that myself. The other thing is we had individuals come up and talk about lighting, the importance of zones that are really dark and can be perceived as being very dangerous and things being harbored within those domains. We do have about $13 a somewhat cents that's being paid by residents. And if there's residents that are coming here formulaically, they are speaking abundantly to us, many of the members that you may not have encountered yet, and this might be your first time. Please note that when we force, or it's a perceived force to wear a mask, and someone comes and feels that we kind of said this is upon you and it's mandatory, and then we ask authority if that was the case, maybe we need to seek clarification and say it's an option, and give an option that way when someone comes up here and speak, doesn't blame anyone per se. And I think that would kind of mitigate some of the anger and the issues. And the water bill, we had ARPA funds. We're putting a lot of property owners in a bind. And I think there's solutions and we can customize just as we use discrepancies. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez. Madam Clerk, did any other requests come in from chambers?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So with that said, we're going to move to requests via Zoom. That concludes the in-chambers comment period. We're going to move to Zoom now.
Our next speaker is Galaxy A12.
Welcome.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. Let me just say, oh my God, blah, 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 Blanca Gomez. I'm getting tired of hearing the same public comment speech from her I've heard for the last 2 or 3 months of council
Just like
meetings.
Mr. Suresh was called attention. Thank you.
Madam, could you hold your thoughts for just a moment? So Ms. Gomez, the way that was phrased, it was posed to the whole council. It just happens to be about a council member. So the member of the on the Zoom call is free to continue. The point from the council member is not taken, presuming it was a point of order.
Yes, it was a point of order. We need to treat individuals equally and not members who we create preference. It's called discrimination. Thank you.
The audience member is free to continue.
Are you sure? Is it my turn now? She's not going to interrupt again?
Please
Okay,
proceed.
so thank you. So I'm sick of that crap. I'm sick of hearing it. I don't know who she thinks she's impressing.
Again, I'm going to have to caution you. It would be helpful if you would not use coarse language in the council meeting. Please proceed.
My apologies, Madam Mayor and Council. It's getting old. It serves no purpose. If it has a purpose, it must be only known to her because it makes no sense to me. That's number one. Number two, I noticed that there were many first-time speakers there tonight, first time to my observation over the last 5 or 6 years. And I don't know what it is. I'm stunned because this is we're on the eve of we're at the election. And all I'm hearing is people criticizing the police when they don't know what they're talking about. If they've got a problem with the sheriff's department, they need to go over to Amargosa, to the PD, and talk to them over there. And I'm going to give them the phone number in case they want to call. It's 760-241-2911. The council does not have jurisdiction over the operations of the sheriff's department. That's my understanding. Anyone can feel free to correct me on that. So and speaking of the PD, I'm going to bring something up. On Tuesday, May 31st, the day after the holiday, my daughter was at Victorville PD in the morning, around 8:15, 8:30 thereabouts, talking to a person in the traffic department in the lobby. As my daughter was coming out, she was encountered by Miss Gomez and asked by Miss Gomez if she had recorded or videoed the conversation with that sheriff's sergeant. That's right, sergeant. And I got to tell you, that is not acceptable in my book. Not acceptable. I don't care if she's a private citizen or council member. I don't care who she thinks she is. That is not acceptable behavior. So let's not let that happen again. Okay, you know who I'm talking to. Let's not have that happen again with my daughter. So, one moment, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's, other than that, all I want to say is I hope Thurston Smith wins, and I hope Jay Obernolte wins, and I hope Gomez and Maria Ramirez get tanked. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. That's all I've got.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
There are no additional speakers.
All right,
Yeah.
with that said, there being no further requests to speak, will you please set the timer for 30 seconds? Actually, let's make it a minute. We had a number of speakers in the event that anyone is on Zoom experiencing technical difficulties who may wish to speak. And when I say a number of speakers, I'm including in chambers this time.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 1 minute has lapsed and there are no additional speakers.
All right, thank you very much. So the public comment period is now closed and the chair brings this item back to the council. We're going to now move on to our first business in order, which is public hearings, beginning with item number 1. Mr. Metzler, will you kindly introduce the item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item involves standby fees for the Victorville Water District, particularly relating to two geographic areas that we refer to as Water Improvement District 1 and Water Improvement District 2. And we've created those two jurisdictional definitions largely based upon how we assumed authority over the collective water district. You'll remember that prior to the takeover and the transition of water services to a city function, both two water districts effectively separate from the city operated and provided water services to our residents. For accounting reasons, largely we keep these districts separate. And as this item deals particularly with a benefit assessment that was originated when those two districts were privately operated or separately operated, we've effectively inherited those benefit assessments. And if we're to continue on with the benefit assessments, we're required to annually reaffirm the need for those assessments. So this has been somewhat routine on an annual basis. This council first saw this item recently at the last meeting where it authorized staff to proceed with the initiation of the hearing so that we can determine the assessment to go forward. Just in summary, the fees that are proposed in this particular process, which is satisfying the 218 process, don't change over prior year. And in fact, for Water District Improvement District 1, it's $10 per acre for undeveloped parcels within 660-foot service. And then in Water District 2, it's $15 for all parcels, largely because there's actual bonds issued in the Water Improvement District number 2 that depend on those funds as security for the payment to the bonds. So with that, the author on this item is your Director of Public Works and Water, Mr. Doug Matthews. He or I are both available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the Honorable Victorville Water District Board of Directors conduct a public hearing, receive testimony for the adoption of proposed resolution numbers VWD 22-009 and VWD 22-010, and close the public hearing. Approve resolution number VWD 22-009 entitled the Resolution of the Board of Directors of the Victorville Water District, making its determination to fix, levy, and collect standby charges for Water Improvement District 1 for fiscal year 2022 through 2023, and approve resolution number VWD 22-010 entitled the Resolution of the Board of Directors of the Victorville Water District, making its determination to fix, levy, and collect standby charges for Water Improvement District 2 for fiscal year 2022 through 2023.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, we're now going to move on to technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report. And we're going to begin with Member Becerra.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Metzler, just to make sure I understand, these are standby charges that we're charging only to undeveloped property that has, I don't want to say luxury, but the water main is within 600 feet. It was put in maybe by a developer down the street that he had to run it that far to get water service to a new tract, correct?
That's generally correct as it relates to Water Improvement District number 1. And where you're correct is that it applies to undeveloped parcels. In that particular district, it's within 660 feet of a water improvement, but there is distinction between Water Improvement District 1 and Water Improvement District number 2. And the real distinction is that in District 2, all parcels are being levied a $15 charge. Again, no change over prior year. It's been consistent.
Thank you very much, sir. No more questions, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Member Gomez, questions as to the staff report?
Absolutely. Standby charges incorporated. I know there's a couple of liens that were placed on properties. And some of those properties were being delinquent, and we see that I think periodically, or as maybe something yearly. Are those standby charges incorporated as a part of collection fees or any kind of associated fees?
I think slightly different than perhaps what you're speaking to, but to help understand how this works. With the affirmation from this council of these fees being assessed, once we've gone through the approval process with the board, we then actually report directly to the county tax collector's office, and we actually transmit to them basically your reaffirming documents that these assessments shall continue, and they actually get levied as a part of the overall collection of the property taxes. So if there is a delinquency, it will be actually a part of a much larger collection effort from the county through the county tax collector's office, separate and distinct from, say, a liening process we would go through for non-payment of water, sewer, trash fees.
Thank you. And are the tenants in any way affected by this resolution?
As these are for undeveloped parcels in WID 1, no. In WID 2, it's a very small amount, and it's a very small cost that eventually does get passed on to the property owner. So it would have to get collected through the property taxes.
Okay, and what was the purpose of the water administration advertising and notices?
That's an actual cost more so associated with the process we've had to go through to get to this point. Being a public hearing, we actually have to publish that we've got a public hearing being conducted. There's notices that have to go out to property owners. So likely that's an account code to basically incur expenses out of.
Okay, so it has nothing to do with advertising as in kind of providing a courtesy notice for the general public to realize, hey, these are some fees, this is what you're going to look for. It's completely different. That's my understanding of your explanation.
No, I would characterize it as what you said leading up to this public hearing. We want folks to know that this is something that's being deliberated by the council. It does involve a cost, which will actually show up on the property tax rolls, and effectively we're inviting the public to provide public comment as to their views on the assessment.
Okay, so in other words, the administrative fee or the term administration, I just felt was probably close-ended to just administration, not to the general public. Thank you for the clarification. How does the $30 per acre per year for each acre of land translate into actual dollar figures for the customer base? And I'm looking at commercial, industrial, and residential.
Well, it's not $30. In the case of WID 2, the $30 reference is a maximum amount charged. We're actually charging the $15. Just in comparison, if we were to compare the total amount being collected by both of these districts, the amounts are very small in comparison to the larger revenue that's being generated by the water district for the provision of services. But the way the rate plan is developed, it does depend on these revenues to be collected. Otherwise, the ratepayers themselves would be responsible for picking up the benefit assessment costs.
Okay, is this resolution in its current judgment? And it reminded me of Barstow versus Mojave Water Agency. Is that relevant here or it's not?
It is not relevant here.
Section 3 of the resolution speaks of the California Water Code not to exceed the $30. What does that mean?
Similar to what I just said, the water code is what we would speak to, that gives us the authority to raise the rate up to and not to exceed that amount. But as we've illustrated in the case of WID 1, we're charging $10, and in the case of WID 2, we're charging $15, which is far less than what the maximum amount allowed per the water code provides.
And does the undeveloped property affect the costs to surrounding neighbors if there were to be any future proponent neighbors?
Can you restate that question?
Yes. So we're anything within 6 feet. If there's nobody there, it's not going to affect them. But the development of the city, that cost to a property owner has to be given. Either they're going to absorb it or the tenants will absorb it. So right now we're setting the standard for something futuristic. So I wanted to know if that's what we're doing, or these properties will forever remain undeveloped. So
Your time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. If you understood where she was going with that question, you're free to respond.
I did not. I'm sorry, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Member Gomez. All right, Mayor Pro Tem Irving, any questions?
Yes, I just have one question. It's more or less procedural. I know that you've already mentioned that a resolution, we've adopted and approved a resolution to initiate these proceedings. My question has to do with page 10. This item, I only need you to affirm, this item is proper before us in terms of transparency. I'm addressing the administrative corrections that took place on 5/27. So we can go ahead and move forward with this. I just need you to affirm it. That does not have any bearing on the action.
Correct.
The item before us today. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and the chair has no questions. We're now going to move on to the public hearing, and so the chair opens the public hearing to receive public testimony. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
No, Madam Mayor.
Any request? So we're going to conclude the in-chambers request to speak. Are there any via Zoom?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, will you please set the timer for 30 seconds in the event that we have any member of that audience who may wish to speak and is having technical difficulties.
Madam Mayor, 30 seconds has lapsed and there are no additional speakers.
All right, very good. So the chair closes the public hearing and brings this item back to the council. At this time, a motion is in order with the understanding that we've already completed point 1 on the staff's recommendation.
Madam Mayor, motion to approve staff's recommendation.
As to points 2 and 3? Thank you. Right, we have a first by Member Becerra, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Again, this is as to the staff recommendation on points 2 and 3 only. We're going to move on to discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Member Becerra.
No discussion.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem,
No discussion. Thank you.
thank you. And Member Gomez is precluded from commenting on this item as she chose to speak.
No, I did not speak on this item. I spoke on a commenter's individual saying of something. So you're wrong. You're mistaken about what you just stated.
The council member did not respond to the chair's request as to which item she was.
It was a public comment. So I always address public comment with public comment.
Okay, so do you wish to appeal from the decision of the chair?
You mean,
That's fine. Do you wish to? appeal?
are you asking for a motion for me to speak?
No, ma'am. Your point of order is not well taken, as you did speak to the issue of water in your public comments.
That's your perspective. I did not speak on this item. I did not even say I spoke about this item.
So that we can get through this. Mr. DeBortnowski, when a council member speaks on a specific agenda item, that counts.
I did not speak on any items. I spoke about comments made from the general public, and those were my statements, or else I would have said what item I was speaking on.
Oh, so we can get to an appeal if we need to, but Mr. DeBortnowski, it was the chair's understanding that comments were made as to water rates.
You're wrong. I'm telling you that I wasn't speaking on that.
If a council,
No,
if a
you-
council member does speak on an item as a member of the public, they are precluded from speaking on that.
And I did not speak on this item.
On item number 1.
It's called perspective and bias. You're just stopping me from speaking on an item. All I was going to do is elaborate on the question.
Gomez has not been recognized, but I'll certainly give you a moment. Let's deal with.
We would have to look at the transcript. I'd have to go back to the transcript to see specifically what you said. I don't specifically recall that.
So that was my take on it. We're going to give Member Gomez the benefit of the doubt on this. In the future, Member Gomez will follow policy when she's speaking as an audience member and declare the item number that she's speaking to, as is required of all audience members.
Ma'am, the First Amendment allows me to freely speak on items.
Moving on, the chair has made a ruling. Moving on, would you like to comment on this item?
It's on.
So
Not reflecting my voice. Thank
That's-
you. I
that's not-
appreciate it.
that's a mistake. So
Okay.
apologies.
So no
Please.
worries. So my elaboration on this was simply, I was just trying to understand if there was going to be in the properties a charge, can we foresee community members living and absorbing these costs without currently living there, but they're property owners? So that was my clarification that I was trying to seek when I was asking this question. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
You're welcome.
All right, so I just want to make a couple quick comments. First and foremost, thank you to my colleague, Councilmember Liz Becerra. Her questions are always so precise. She has particular expertise in things like this, and so.
Point of order, you're not within the scope.
Member Gomez,
I mean, if you would cite policy, I would appreciate it. I'm just seeking clarity.
a point of-
Yes, the point of order is that without, can I?
Yes, state your point.
Okay, so you're not within the scope of what you're talking. You're granting latitude and loudness to someone else. That's not within the agenda.
So the council member's point is not well taken, as the
Of course, it's not
As
going to be.
chair is commenting directly on the motion and thanking someone for their contribution toward that motion is perfectly in order.
Well, shouldn't we ask Mr. DeBarnowski so if he thinks that that's what it is? Because I don't think it was the case.
Is not being.
I know, I'm just trying to use your principle. Thank you.
Member Gomez will kindly follow our policies and procedures. If you wish to be recognized, kindly ask for recognition from the chair. All right, moving on. So again, thank you to my colleague for a very helpful question that I think was not only helpful for me, but for our audience. And with that said, the chair, that ends the discussion period. The discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra. Councilmember Gomez.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
All right, so thank you. The Victorville Water District Board of Directors has taken action in accordance with the staff report, specifically points 2 and 3. Moving on to public hearing item number 2. This is the development impact fee, nexus studies, capital improvement plan, and annual reports. Mr. Mr. Metzler, will you tee up the item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. And I'm going to introduce this item, speaking to items number 2 and 3, as they are related, but we do need to take action upon them in the order that they're laid out on the agenda. But these items involve the review and approval of a nexus study that is focused on developing a mitigation fee program that serves as a collection mechanism, allowing new development to pay its fair share of public improvements triggered by new development. More specifically, types of public improvements include road, stormwater, recreational, public safety, water, and sewer facilities, just to name a few. This effort has been underway since August of 2019, slowed down largely due to COVID, but picked back up, becoming publicly visible this last March, as we conducted our first public stakeholder meeting on March 10th, 2022, and then again sharing this item with the council at a special workshop on March 20th, 2022 as well. Since discussing this matter with the council, we have continued discussions with stakeholders, principally the Baldy View chapter of the Building Industry Association, commonly referred to as the BIA. Resulting from those stakeholder meetings, we've balanced public testimony with recommendations prepared by our consultants. In that effort, we have developed recommendations in this agenda item, along with item number 3, that we believe continues to responsibly encourage new development without overly compromising the city's need to raise money to pay for the demand of our public improvements. To that point, we're pleased to be including as a part of the backup material in this item a support letter from the BIA, which is supportive of the consultant recommendations, the consultant recommended fees as they relate to residential development, so long as we incorporate the following 4 points, which are laid out in the staff report, but I'll articulate here. One of those, as it relates to residential, is that we delay the effective date of the rate increases until January 1st, 2023. Staff agrees with that and that's part of our recommendation here. To approve a phased implementation of the next 4 years, over the next 4 years, and as summarized on page 278 of your agenda for residential development. To grandfather certain projects that are already in the development queue, and subjecting development to the existing fees, presuming building permits are pulled by January 2025. And then also to have the city participate in financing programs, particularly the SKIP and BOLD programs that allow development to finance its impact fees through assessment-based funding mechanism. Relating more so to the non-residential development, staff is also recommending the fees contained in the Nexus study with the following modifications. To reduce for non-residential development, the road portion of the diff, as the results concluded by the consultants, we believe as staff would create a fee structure that is not competitive with the surveyed jurisdictions and likely would actually prevent and slow down development. Also then to develop as an inducement to redevelopment in Old Town, and this might speak to one of the comments of the earlier speakers, actually develop a diff waiver program for projects that develop in the Old Town area. Projects that are developed on city-owned property should be exempt as well, along with accessory dwelling units to help promote increased supply of affordable housing. Finally, the great majority of these fees have not been studied since 2006, with some of the fees having not been studied since 1990. The information in front of you, along with the effort that has gone into this item, is monumental. I must thank the author on this item, which is Ms. Janelle Davidson, for leading this effort, along with Deputy City Manager Sophie Smith and our department heads that are directly responsible for the capital planning efforts, along with our consultants from NBS. Therefore, we have a collective team available for any questions or comments you might have. We also have a more formal presentation queued up if you'd like to see it. So with that, Madam Mayor, I'll yield back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Metzler. All right, Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the Honorable City Council and Victorville Water District Board of Directors open and conduct the public hearing, close the public hearing, adopt resolutions number 22-045 and VWD 22-005, adopting the Nexus Studies and Capital Improvement Plan related to the Development Impact Fee Program, and adopt resolution number 22-053, approving the annual AB 1600 report for fiscal years 2016 through 2017 through 2020, 2021, and making the appropriate 5-year findings.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, we're going to now move on to technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report. And we're going to begin this time with Member Gomez.
Yes, how often are periodic reviews of the diff and capacity charges?
Well, unfortunately, as stated, it's been at least since 2008 since we actually reviewed a 2006 study, but in some of the fees that are before us, we hadn't studied them since going back to 1990. So it's a very comprehensive effort, and in part is why it took so much time and energy to get to this point. But our view is to revisit these annually, just to do a cursory review, and to the extent we believe that we're falling out of accord with the amounts necessary to collect for capital, or if in fact the priorities of the council change, I would envision likely every 5 years reconsidering a fee study.
Would you elaborate as to what cursory review means, and will the council have an ability to be a part of that to bring the audience for any participation, if that were the case?
If staff believed from a very high level is what I would characterize cursory, that it required council's attention, we certainly would bring it back to council.
And were the improvements considered to new housing in the last phases of construction and in the final stages to ensure traffic signals and street improvements were to be added? This is a completely different question, not attached to the former two questions.
Yeah, and so directly relating to this item, street improvements are part of the capital improvement program. I guess the best way to characterize it is these fees are effectively developed based upon a foundation of capital improvements. And so as I mentioned, the different types of capital improvements, since we're speaking to roads, the consultants in this particular case had worked closely with the city engineer to identify what roadway improvements are necessary to capture based upon the need to build those. And so that cost gets included in the analysis, and then based upon growth projections, a rate is basically determined using that framework of cost.
And has the delay of fees been incorporated in the budget workshop that the council's going to meet tomorrow? And is that going to affect the budget, knowing that we haven't voted on it?
So we're in the middle of that right now, and I believe we've made assumptions based upon the feedback that we've gotten thus far, and believing, especially with the support garnered from the industries that or the stakeholders that we've spoke to. I believe we're making the assumptions to include them for capital planning purposes, but I'm going to defer to Ms. Sophie Smith, Deputy City Manager, that heads up and oversees finance and administration.
Okay, since we're including stakeholders, is that definition also include stake seekers?
So Ms. Smith was going to offer an answer first.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So as far as budgeting for any changes in fees, that was not considered and will not be presented tomorrow at the budget workshop. The staff recommendation is to implement the fees in January of 2023. And as such, there's, and as they have not been approved by council, they are not yet included in projections.
Okay, so in other words, tomorrow we're going to be able to see that it's not yet reflected unless we vote on it today, then it should reflect tomorrow as a revision?
If you vote on it today, then likely we'll bring it back at the meeting on the 21st, which is our next scheduled budget hearing, unless based upon, we're crunching the numbers right now. There's a view I have that maybe I'll ask that another workshop be held. Haven't decided, just because we're literally in the middle of trying to fine tune the numbers that we have preceding this approval. So If not a special meeting in between tomorrow and the 21st, it will certainly be incorporated into the 21st.
Did we consider waiving our waiver diff fees for parks for common activities that may follow?
For parks, I believe that conversation we had was more so related to user fees, not diff.
Okay, so we didn't incorporate that, but we are incorporating waiver of diff fees for city-owned properties and construction of dwelling homes in the city of Victorville.
Accessory dwelling units is staff's recommendation. City projects developed on city-owned property, because for us, it doesn't make sense effectively to charge ourselves for a city-owned project. And then, of course, waiver altogether for any development in the Old Town District are the waivers that we're recommending.
Okay, would you be including any waivers of anything that would particularly goods and services that directly affect the community, such as parks, entertainments of that happen in the park, maybe some aspect of that, libraries, the usage of the library? Do we consider any diff fees being in that regard as well, or we didn't speak about it?
I think you're commingling concepts. We're focused specifically on development impact fees, which is related to capital, not user fees. User fees is something that we will discuss on item number 4.
Yeah, so it's my understanding that capital fees are something, whatever you named it, they also affect our general public as goods and services. So I was trying to incorporate some kind of subsidy for the members who are going to see an increase in other things that may not necessarily benefit them, but they would like to see. That's why I was.
Your time is up.
Improvements. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. You're welcome. All right, Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
I have a very basic question. As I was reading this report or this study, I had to read it a couple of times. Let me ask just a basic question. The consultant that conducted the study acknowledges that there are several different methodologies that are used, and each methodology has, pros and cons or advantages and disadvantages. When we make our assumptions, do we give any weight to the disadvantages that are inherent in each methodology? I'm just curious.
That's a question I don't know the answer to, but I'll defer to Ms. Davidson or Ms. Smith. I'll defer to Ms. Davidson first, as she took the lead on authoring this item.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler, and good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. I actually think that question would be best addressed by our consultant who we have on the line, Ms. Nicole Kissam. Nicole, are you able to unmute?
Yes, I'm here. Good evening, everybody. And sorry to pass the buck momentarily, but I do think Joe Colgan can probably summarize that best. He should be here from our team.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I think the question had to do with disadvantages in choosing certain methodologies to calculate the impact fees. And what we normally do is try to choose the methodology that best fits the situation. And for example, some approaches to calculating impact fees work better for parks as opposed to streets or water and sewer systems. And so I don't think that the word disadvantage really fits the situation very well. So I think we're just trying to pick the one that fits the particular situation the best. And if that doesn't answer your question, I'll try to elaborate.
Okay, that was evident and clear within the document, but there was an acknowledgement that there are advantages and disadvantages for each methodology as it is in research or studies. I just wanted to know, were those disadvantages, or because the person that conducted the study or the team, they actually say that they're all interrelated or interchangeable, which makes sense to me. But I only wanted to know, did you give it any weight when we make our assumptions? And it sounds like for the purpose of this study, the answer is no. Is that correct? I was
No,
just curious.
I don't think so. I think we certainly do consider um, the pros and cons of any method that we choose.
Okay, well, you didn't reference it, so it was just for my own personal edification. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor
Thank
Pro
you.
Tem. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Becerra.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Metzler, I'm gonna pick on what I know. Drainage and roads. Drainage is the most important part of a roadway. In 1990 was the last time we did these tip fees. Minimum wage was $3.80. That same ton of asphalt that costs you probably $96 today, that same ton of asphalt cost you roughly, I think it was $38 we were paying. We still do the same job with the diff fees of taking care of our parks, taking care of our roadways, doing our public safety. The job is the same. What has changed is the wage to pay for that work, correct?
I would say that's part of it, but certainly the commodities, the materials prices have gone up as well. I think we've experienced a collective increase across the board.
Okay, that's it. I understand drainage, I understand roadways. Thank you.
Yes, Member Becerra does. All right. And the chair has no questions related to this. And I mean that in all seriousness. I heard Mayor Pro Tem chuckle a little bit. All right, so the chair has no questions. And with that, we're going to go ahead and move on to the public hearing. So the chair opens the public hearing to take public testimony. Madam Clerk, any in-chambers requests?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. We're going to close the in-chambers comment period, moving on to Zoom questions. Anyone wishing to speak?
Yes, our first Zoom speaker is DeAndre Valencia.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is DeAndre Valencia, and I'm here representing the Building Industry Association of Southern California. I'm taking the place of my colleague who represents the Baldy View chapter, who represents San Bernardino County. I do agree with everything staff has said today. The industry is totally behind this. We appreciate staff for doing their due diligence and working with us to make sure that our voice is heard. It was a perfect balance between, making sure that we pay our fair share, which we always want to do, at the same time, keeping costs down so we can continue to produce housing while we're in this housing crisis. So we totally support staff recommendation, and I look forward to speaking on item number 3.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, any additional requests?
No, Madam Mayor.
All right, with that said, will you kindly set the timer for 30 seconds? And this is being done to assist any members of our Zoom audience who may be having technical difficulties, but nonetheless would like to speak.
Madam Mayor, 30 seconds has lapsed and there's no additional speakers.
All right, thank you very much. The chair closes the public hearing and brings this item back to the council. The chair invites a motion from the Victorville City Council and the Victorville Water District Board of Directors, understanding that we've already taken up points 1 and 2 on the agenda item. Is there a motion?
Madam Mayor, motion to approve staff's recommendation from items 3 and 4.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a first by Member Becerra, second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. And again, this is to adopt staff recommendation as it relates to points 3 and 4. Discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Member Becerra.
No discussion.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No, ma'am.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, capital improvements are also pertinent to community infrastructure such as library constructions and things of that nature. That's what I would like to add as a comment.
Thank you, Member Gomez. The chair has no comments on the pending motion. Discussion period is now closed. And Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra, Councilmember Gomez,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Thank you. So the council and the Victorville Water
Is
District.
that a yes?
Yeah, oh, yes, yes, yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Getting ahead of myself. All right, so the council and the Victorville Water District Board of Directors has taken action as it relates to points 3 and 4 as posted on the agenda. All right, moving on to public hearing item number 3. This is the development impact fees and capacity charges, master fee schedule, implementation policy, and infrastructure financing programs. And as Mr. Metzler has already introduced this item as part of public hearing item number 2, we're going to go ahead and ask Madam Clerk to read the recommendation.
That the Honorable City Council and Victorville Water District Board of Directors open and conduct the public hearing, close the public hearing, adopt resolutions number 22-050 and VWD 22-007, adopting a master fee schedule for diff and capacity charges and the associated City Council policy number CP 22-01 to establish guidelines for implementation, superseding any prior resolutions and policies related to the same. Adopt resolution number 22-051, authorizing the city to join the statewide community infrastructure program. And adopt resolution number 22-052, authorizing the use of bond opportunities for land development program.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, we're going to move on to technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report. We're going to begin with Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
I don't have any, thanks.
Thank you. Member Becerra.
Nothing, thank you.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes, what pages in the report show the current development impact fees and capacity charges per department expense? Would you like me to reframe that question for you?
No, I understand the question. I just am flipping through the document to see where that might be. But Ms. Davidson, maybe, or even Ms. Smith, if you can get there quicker, feel free to jump in. 295.
I don't have the page number just yet, but I believe the information the council member is looking for is actually under the previous item, which was part of the nexus study that was just adopted, which would be attachment C.
What pages attachment C so I can quickly peruse through it?
294.
290. Okay, so let me reframe my question. Maybe I didn't ask it appropriately. So when I was asking for the reporting of the development impact fees per each department, if I'm looking at this correctly, and I'm looking, let's say I just pick libraries. Libraries has $252.72. You're going to tell me that for the year, $252.72 is what occupies the entirety of what we're talking. So maybe that's why I needed to reframe my question. I'm trying to understand where we can see that impact fee as a whole is reflected. Like when you go to Costco and you see a cost of a chair is $10 versus $9.99. I'm looking at holistically. So if I go shopping, it's a better understanding as my end receipt for my budget. And I don't know that $252.72 actually reflects my what I'm asking from staff to provide tonight. 39. Oh. So I guess my question is, I don't know if I'm not within the scope because this is a question for an item 2. If I may proceed to look at that and ask the question. If not, I understand.
Yeah, you need to restrict it to item number 3 specifically.
Understand.
Staff report. Thank you, member.
So my next question then is, what does it mean to have a 15.1%? What is that? What are we talking? Figures and numbers and dollars, expenses, revenues? What is that reflecting in the report for item 3?
Where are you pulling the 15.1%? Oh, okay. So that's just a comparison over the existing fees. The increase that would take place in year 1, and then of course the corresponding increase in the years 2 over previous years charge.
So looking at that increase holistically over a 4-year period, it would be over 50%. Is that something that's manageable? Something that we can do? Because these increases seem to be impacting ultimately something greater than what our constituents may not be able to pay for. Did we consider that when we were looking at the studies? I understand.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
So to answer the question, that was considered, and that's in fact why we actually have this as a part of our recommendation, because before working with the stakeholders and having those public meetings, inviting the public and actually listen to their concerns, we actually had a diff study similar to what you saw in item number 2 that was recommending originally a full implementation on day 1. And so the industry, the stakeholders advised to us, while we recognize the need for the capital improvements and the nexus attached to the development, the concern is to do it all on day 1 could impair our growth. And so actually coming up with this methodology, which is actually supported by the BIA, and I think you got a support letter from High Desert Association of Realtors as well, is our working with them is coming up with this phased in approach to eventually get to 100%, but get to 100% over time. And that was a compromise that we worked out with them, and we actually agreed it was likely the fairest thing to do, especially considering despite not having raised the fees in so long, just because we haven't raised them in so long, is it fair to do it all on day 1? And we did agree with that.
My time was up.
Okay, thank you. All right. All right, so the chair has no direct questions as to the staff report. So we're going to go ahead and move on to our public hearing. So the chair opens the public hearing and invites public testimony. Madam Clerk, any requests from in chambers?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. We're going to move, that concludes in chambers public comment. We're going to move on to Zoom requests. Are there any of those?
Yes, our first speaker is Jennifer's iPhone.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening, honorable council members. My name is Jennifer Chung, and I am with Pacific Communities. As a longstanding member of the Victorville development community, we respectfully ask that you adopt the proposed fee updates and implementation guidelines. The BIA has worked extensively with staff and find the proposed fees, phased in approach, and grandfather exemption to be fair. More importantly, we respectfully urge the city to join the SKIP and BOLD programs to allow for a wider variety of housing developments. These programs have essentially no impact to the city, but have a huge impact on the feasibility of any housing development, ultimately affecting the city's growth. In addressing SKIP and BOLD programs, we've also asked our CFD consultant, Jim Zimmerman, to join us on the line here tonight in case you have any questions regarding the program or about CFDs in general. In addition, Ralph Holmes from Piper Sandler is also here on the line to answer any specific questions to BOLD. Thank you all for your consideration.
All right, thank you, Ms. Chung. Right now we're in the public hearing. Madam Clerk, are there any additional requests via Zoom?
Yes, our next speaker is DeAndre Valencia.
Welcome again, Mr. Valencia.
Thank you so much. Once again, DeAndre Valencia, representing the Building Industry Association of Southern California. I'm just here to reiterate my support for staff recommendation in regards to the SKIP and BOLD program. And I thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much. All right. Madam Clerk, any other requests?
No, Madam Mayor.
All right, will you kindly set the timer for 30 seconds? In the event we have any Zoom members who would like to speak, we'd like to offer them some assistance in overcoming any technical difficulties they might be experiencing.
Madam Mayor, 30 seconds has lapsed and there's no additional speakers.
All right, with that said, the chair closes the public hearing and brings this item back to the council. Invites a motion from the council and the Victorville Water District Boards of Directors. If anyone wants to make a recommendation to adopt staff recommendation, please be aware that we've already taken up points 1 and 2.
Madam Mayor, so moved. I like to adopt staff recommendations for items 3 through 5.
Okay, we have a first by Mayor Pro Tem Irving, a second by Member Becerra. Moving on to discussion on the pending motion. Again, this is staff recommendation as to points 3 through 5.
No discussion.
Thank you, Member Becerra.
No discussion.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, so it seems like there was an extensive discussion between the city and the high desert realtors and the building industry. I was wondering if there was other similar organizations that happened to weigh in. According to my inquiries, I didn't seem to see much civic engagement. Hopefully that was a part of it as well.
Just at this time,
No, I didn't ask a question.
we're taking discussion on.
I understand. I didn't ask a question. If it sounded like a question, it was not meant to sound like a question.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything further?
Well, I'll restate what I said because I think it could get mixed up and jumbled, and I like to have clarity on the record. So once again, it seems like there was extensive discussion from the city with high desert realtors and the building industry. I was hoping that there was perhaps other similar individuals that were able to weigh in. However, I don't know about civic engagement. With my inquiries, there didn't seem to be much, but if that's the case, you'll see it reflected in my vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. And as you rephrased it, I completely understand that you weren't going in the direction of a question. All right, so the chair wishes to really thank our staff for the amazing amount of work that went into this. I'm so proud of our city team for its incredible collaboration and the use of some very out-of-the-box creativity to make it work for our community and the building industry, ultimately to help all of our community and to make sure that we're not losing business going forward. So much appreciation, Mr. Metzler, to you and your staff. All right, with that said, discussion on the pending motion is now closed. And Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
All right, so the council and the Victorville Water District Board of Directors has taken action to adopt staff's recommendation as it relates to points 3 through 5 as posted on the agenda. Moving on to public hearing item number 4, this is the City Council Resolution number 22-055, adopting a citywide comprehensive user fee study and master user fee schedule, and Victorville Water District Resolution number VWD-22-008, adopting water district related portions of said study and fee schedule. Mr. Metzler, will you kindly introduce the item?
I will. Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item number 4 asks the council to consider for approval a user fee study and a master user fee schedule for a variety of services that are offered by the city that benefit a specific customer or user of the service being provided. While the listing of services offered by the city are outlined in the attached study document, a simple example of fees that the city charges certain users for include application for building permits, public and private development inspections, plan check, and business license fees, just to name a select few. In developing fees, our consultant NBS worked with all the departments to develop a defensible fee structure that defines the cost of a respective service so that at the least the city can establish a fee where the amount to be collected doesn't exceed the actual cost of service. In doing so, the study looked at such costs as labor, non-labor, and overhead costs to determine a fully burdened hourly rate multiplied against the amount of time it takes to actually perform a respective duty for the purposes of defining the rate. In reviewing the fee study and considering testimony from stakeholders at the stakeholder meetings, including our council workshop, the recommendations of staff are to approve the rates as proposed in the study at the 100% level, with the exceptions noted in the staff write-up, starting with what you'll see on page 350 and ending on 353. This item as well was a monumental lift in that several departments were involved in the development with NBS of this study. Many thanks go out to our department heads, along with thanks to our author on this item, Ms. Sophie Smith, which is our Deputy City Manager, and Ms. Janelle Davidson, who's hugely been involved in leading the departments for their leadership efforts in bringing this item forward. We also have our consultant from NBS available for any questions or comments you might have. So with that, Madam Mayor, I'll yield back to you.
I appreciate it, Mr. Metzler. All right, Madam Clerk, will you kindly read the recommendation?
That the Honorable City Council and Victorville Water District Board of Directors open and conduct the public hearing, close the public hearing, Adopt resolution number 22-055, thereby adopting a citywide comprehensive user fee study and adopting a comprehensive master user fee schedule, establishing and amending certain service and development related fees for city services, and adopt resolution number VWD 22-008, thereby adopting the water district fee related portions of a citywide comprehensive user fee study and adopting the water district related portions of a comprehensive master user fee schedule, establishing and amending certain services and development related fees for water district services respectively.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. We're now going to move on again to technical questions for clarification. This time we're going to begin with Member Becerra.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Metzler, as Madam Mayor said, very well put together. On the report starting on page 350, it lists all the departments and things that we feel we're not going to go at full recovery for instance, planning, yard sales, fire prevention, to continue getting fire prevention permits, for animal control, dog licenses for altered animals for our senior citizens, and specifically for recreation, for our programs that we have for our youngsters here to stay probably with where they're at now. Am I reading it correctly? Is that what our yes vote would help us with?
I would agree with that. There are alterations that we've included, and it was easier to identify where we recommend deviating from the actual study recommendations. And so that's what we outlined here. And I think the basic theory that applies in some of these that you see here, just using yard sale, for example, and not recalling what the exact recommendation was in the study, but it was an increase over what it is. And I think the theory that we started applying was really a logical one as to, do we want to have a fee in place that actually discourages compliance and encourages non-compliance? And something like yard sales, it's something more so helpful for us to know where they legally exist, because as our code reads, there's, I believe, 4 permitted per residence a year. And so as to have a chance at avoiding an absolute proliferation of them, some of these fees we looked at and had to just ask the question, does it even make sense to charge that amount if it's actually going to dissuade people from coming in and getting the permit, even if it's $25 versus $10 kind of thing. So that logic went into some of these. As it relates to as it relates to recreation, because that was a comment we did discuss, hear from the council and discuss, and I think it's important to recognize that different, and I'll allow Ms. Davidson or Ms. Smith to correct me where I'm wrong, but my understanding is what we did differently in the case of recreation is we actually established fees more so based upon market study and what could be supported by the market, as opposed to the standard used for the rest of the fees, which is basically establishing an equivalency of hourly cost. Because I think we've just generally accepted, and it seemed to be based upon our understanding of the history, that if we tried to collect the actual cost for things such as,
I think you have something on the roof.
Thank you. So point of privilege, we're trying to figure out what's.
I think it's a bird.
Yeah.
It's a big bird.
We have a new guest in chambers.
Always up there.
Okay.
I'm sorry, train of thought. So it was kind of fun. But with that, as it related to recreation, there's been a general acceptance altogether that if we tried to recapture 100% of the actual cost, whether it's the labor cost, the overhead cost, there's no way the community supports that. And that's effectively something we consciously include as a part of our overall recommendation. So when you see a general fund draw for recreation, that effectively is the subsidy we offer to at least keep our rates affordable. So that's effectively how we're approaching the recreation fees. And I'll pause there. Ms. Davidson, Ms. Smith, did I characterize anything wrong? Or is there better clarification you can offer?
That pretty much summed it up.
Okay. Thank you.
And it answered all the questions all the way down. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. No further questions.
Yes, thank you, Member Becerra. All right, Member Gomez.
What general costs are we speaking of when the report infers that there's this reasonableness to a charge of user fee? And you don't mind if you want to elaborate, feel free to do so.
I'd like to, but you're gonna have to restate that question, because I just struggled understanding it.
Yes, so basically, there's a reasonableness to the charges according to some interpretation on the reporting. However, the interpretation that I gather for an increase of user fees is the pockets of the members who must bring forth that money is going to cause them a hardship. So what kind of subsidization or what kind of formulaic way of looking at the income of the people are we looking at when we compare figures and dollars, and what does that look like?
Well, I think that the best comparison perhaps to draw to is say recreation versus development. And so in both of these cases, we charge user fees for the service. In the case of development, it may be a charge for service associated with a permit application. That's not commonly a resident. It can be, but the type of service that they're looking for is a specialized service that would really further that specific project. Whereas you look at recreation, these are programs that are designed intentionally to provide service to all of your residents on a general level. And it's a program that's been designed to not be dependent upon recapturing costs, but instead providing a service so that we have youth programs to allow for whether it's recreation or educational components. So I think the reasonableness more so applies to the type of service and who's actually paying it.
Can there be such fees that are based on a scale to allow for equity of all levels of incomes that may decide to participate?
Well, it's possible that we could. I think that actually it becomes a much bigger study, perhaps a lot more work. Not that we're afraid of that or shying away from that, but I think the better measure to determine whether or not our rates are acceptable to the public is if those services that we offer, we see a decline in the use of those programs, and perhaps that occurs directly resulting from the rate increase. But that's why we offered the level of sensitivity that we did for the recreation fees.
Has the city issued notification and attempts to reach out to the community as to not castigate those that want to put yard sales in the city of Victorville? Because that was a topic that was brought up in the reporting.
I don't know specific to yard sales if we've done that. I'd probably have to defer either to Ms. Smith or Ms. Davidson or maybe even our code enforcement official, George Durant, who was here but might have went back to his office.
I'm sorry, was the question whether or not we sought public input on the yard sale permit fee, or if we, I kind of heard the question a little differently. Maybe you can restate it, Councilmember Gomez.
Yes, so the crux of my question basically is, are we going to be penalizing individuals who decide to put a yard sale because it's going to, fill their pockets a little bit so they can have something to eat? Or are we using that as a code enforcement way to kind of retrieve costs that may be associated with someone who puts up a yard sale because now they need a permit to put up a yard sale?
Well, because we are recommending zero cost for the yard sale permit, we would ask that they come and notify the city and pull the permit at no cost. This way they would have a permitted yard sale rather than not pull a permit, because that could result in a code issue.
Okay. Has the city issued notification also to other members in regards to, in general, just libraries or the usage of libraries for something alternative rather than just reading or providing, tutoring services like passports, something that the general public may need, but maybe we can hold it under this structure?
Again, I'm struggling with the question.
Yes, I'm sure you're struggling. I come from a very poor background. I don't make 20 G's a month. So I'm trying to really let you know that the user fee impact really is impacting the pockets of a lot of members that I happen to be serving. So I don't know how else to ask you
Your time is
to
up.
try to understand the user impact fees. Thank you.
And I think I just have to conclude by saying it's all of those income groups that we've given specific attention to in terms of making the recommendations to alter. We have given a considerable amount of thought about the affordability of our fees, especially to the residents.
Thank you. All right, Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes, I guess where I'm coming from is more of a comment, but I'm going to just take the time. I didn't understand this report the way my colleague did. I wanted to commend staff for being so community-centered and focused on all citizens in the community. And so my concerns or anything I would want to come forth in our discussion and deliberations, Councilwoman Becerra mentioned it and you articulated it well. So I just wanted to commend you. Good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. All right, and the chair has no questions as it relates to the staff report. With that said, chair is going to go ahead and open the public hearing and receive public testimony. Madam Clerk, any in-chambers request to speak?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. That concludes our in-chambers opportunity to speak, and we're now going to move on to Zoom requests. Are there any of those?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, please set the timer for 30 seconds in case a member of our Zoom audience would like to speak and is having technical difficulties. We'd like to accommodate them.
Madam Mayor, 30 seconds has lapsed and there are no speakers.
All right, with that said, the chair closes the public hearing and brings this item back to the council. Chair invites a motion from the Victorville City Council and the Victorville Water District Board of Directors. If someone's inclined toward the staff's recommendation, we will be taking up only point number 3. Their motion.
So moved.
Okay, we have a first by Member Becerra, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Again, this is as to point 3 on staff's recommendation. Discussion on the pending motion, Member Becerra. Yes.
I do apologize for anybody up here at council that might have offended us. We serve the public as a whole, not just one in what we make. So I do apologize. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Member Gomez.
Yes, so membership in the community that I serve currently uses a lot of mental bandwidth for a lot of costs that are daily decisions that sometimes can affect a child's education or tutoring, or perhaps a transportation to take their child to, let's say, their graduation. So I'm not trying to offend anybody, and that's not what is inferred. It's that this diversity that we have up here obviously has to be brought to light, and that's all I'm trying to do. No offense to anybody, and if someone wants to bring it that way, let it be known that Councilwoman Gomez said that was not her intent. Those were not her words. They were recaptured and embraced by someone else's perspective, and that's all it was. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I only have one comment. I appreciate the diversity on the dais. And I only ask, and most of my colleagues are this way, be true to who you are and authentic and speak your truth. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so the chair just wishes to congratulate our staff again for a job well done on preparing its staff report for the council. It helps us certainly in our deliberations. And just as a gentle reminder to the council, we are to be above reproach and avoid even the appearance of impropriety. It is a violation of our policy to any way impugn the character or motives of any member of the council and certainly staff. All right, so with that said, discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
All right, so thank you. Yes, ma'am.
May I ask that we move item number 17 up for vote next?
Yes, actually, I appreciate that. You
I-
don't,
I- yes,
we don't need to make a motion. It's within the chair's prerogative to do that. So it's a very good request. And so we're going to honor that. So, but before I do that, we've taken action as it relates to the staff recommendation on item number 4.3 specifically, and as posted on the agenda. All right, so now we are going to take up item number 17. And this again is because we may have a number of members of our audience that are interested in this. So we're going to be courteous, especially on that. And just give me a moment here. All right, so item number 17 is the consultant professional services provider agreement and sublease agreement with High Desert Homeless Services Incorporated as lead operator of the interim homeless shelter at the West Winds Sports Center. Mr. Metzler, will you kindly introduce the item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. As you're aware, we've been operating an interim homeless shelter facility at the West Wind Sports Center. And effectively, we have undertaken that responsibility as a byproduct of the COVID pandemic, but also as an interim measure that will ultimately transition us into the completion of our wellness and recuperative care center in Old Town, which is currently under construction. We have had a lead operator operating at the West Winds Sports Center facility and has given notice that they're going to not continue their services past June 30. Upon receiving that notice, we actually had undertaken a solicitation, a competitive process to invite bidders to effectively bid on and convince us that they are the best operator for us, at least to keep the interim shelter moving forward. So with that, you've got a recommendation before you to actually enter into a new contract with a new entity, an entity that's not new to this community, but certainly going to be new to the interim homeless shelter out at West Winds. So with that, the author on this item is your city planner, Mr. Scott Webb. He's certainly available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you. And before I ask the clerk to read the recommendation, let me go ahead and read the title on this item. It is the Consultant Professional Services Provider Agreement and Sublease Agreement with High Desert Homeless Services Incorporated as lead operator of the interim homeless shelter at the West Winds Sports Center. So Madam Clerk, now will you please read the recommendation?
That the Honorable City Council, also serving as the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority Board of Directors, take the following actions. Approve a consultant professional services provider agreement with High Desert Homeless Services, Inc. for an initial term through June 30th, 2023 to operate the interim homeless shelter at the West Wind Sports Center in an amount not to exceed $2,041,119 and adopt Resolution 22-048 authorizing a no-cost sublease of the West Wind Sports Center to High Desert Homeless Services, Inc. to coincide with the operation of the interim homeless shelter, finding the sublease to be for the common benefit and protection of health, safety, and welfare of the city, subject to final review and non-substantive changes by the city manager and city attorney.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, with that said, we're going to move on to technical questions for clarification, beginning with Member Gomez.
So would you explain what the no cost sublease and what it looks like? Also, would you be able to contextualize this with the not to exceed the approximate $2 million?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. A no-cost sublease is basically a term being used to characterize the relationship that we're offering for the facility that we as a public agency own. And so since we own the West Winds Sports Center, the relationship will be through lease. And because this is furthering our public goal and our public purpose as the city, We've actually chosen, for the sake of facilitating this lead operator agreement and it not costing more, it made sense to actually have a lease agreement that costs zero. That way we're not effectively having to pay it whatever the lease cost is through the operator agreement. As to the not to exceed, I think that speaks for itself. Basically that amount, 2 million amount that you referenced, is effectively a cap.
Okay. With the subcontracting of the security guards, will there be any responsibility bestowed upon the city council, or would that be the responsibility of HDHS?
That's largely the reason why we enter into this contract is to effectively have the service provider responsible for all elements of service. But with that, because we actually have had to involve ourselves much more hands-on, including involving our code and homeless engagement teams to be regular visitors, I certainly expect that to continue to make sure that the operation is operating the way we want to. I'd like Mr. Webb perhaps to speak to his vision for expectation as it relates to the security element.
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Similar to the current operation, which has 2 security guards on site daily, both working 12-hour shifts, we plan to implement the same security level at the interim shelter until it transitions to the wellness center. Similar to, and I'd like to repeat what the city manager said, we obviously keep good tabs on the lead operator, which is currently operating at the facility. We plan to do the same with High Desert Homeless Solutions. So, I'm sorry, High Desert Homeless Services. Our code enforcement staff is checking in regularly. We get daily updates from the facility and have a reoccurring weekly meeting with the staff.
And the next question is, since we have this in place with the guards, is this a paid position? Is this a volunteer position, or is this a hybrid?
This is actually a paid position that's budgeted with their professional services agreement. If they're able to provide additional security via volunteerism, that is also an option.
As it being an option, would that somehow dethrone the 2 that we have as paid? Would that be subsidized? I mean, would that be substituted with that, or that's in addition to?
That would be in addition to the minimum of 2 security guards.
And how will the council be updated? Perhaps with memos? The way we found out this time seemed to be through a bidding process or through a contract that came to an end. Do we have a plan in terms of how we will be updated as a councilship?
We'll likely continue with the memos, but Mr. Metzler?
I can answer that, and I have been providing routine updates, and the updates that I had provided, I'll continue to provide those updates to the council via memorandum.
Okay, so routine meaning sporadically, or can I expect something like quarterly so I can watch for that?
As time permits and as there is information to report, I'll certainly report it to you.
Thank you for the clarification. Will the approximate 2 million be commingled with other organizations such as the homeless shelter that's located on Amargosa?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
You're welcome.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
I don't really have any questions. I have some comments. I'll save the comments.
Thank you very much once the motion is made. All right, Member Becerra.
Mr. Metzler, just because we're approving this contract does not give us right as a city council to walk in and demand entry because we approve their budget, correct?
I would agree with that. That's correct.
We're going to continue having code doing their daily visits out there?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you very much. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Becerra. All right, Mr. Metzler, on this, I noticed that the contract is through June of 23, and yet we're hoping that our wellness center is going to open by the end of the year. May I assume that the extra 6 months is going to give us any time that we might need for transition?
I do believe that gives us an opportunity to have time to transition.
All right, thank you. So that's all I have in terms of question. A motion is in order from the Victorville City Council and the SCLAA Board of Directors.
Motion to approve staff's recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. We have a first by Member Becerra. And Member Gomez, was that you that?
Yes, I second.
All right, so first by Member Becerra, second by Member Gomez. We're going to go into discussion on the pending motion. Member Becerra.
Thank you to all the outside agencies that attended today and are willing to help out on a day-to-day basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Member Gomez.
Yes, I look forward to the memos that are going to be hopefully being granted to the city council. If not, I'll be listening and waiting for the audience or members that would like to reach out to Ms. Gomez to show concerns or lauding what is now taking place at the wellness center or with the lead operator of the homeless institution. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem.
Welcome. Well, I just wanted to say I'm delighted to see this agreement come forth. I heard a lot of high praise for this organization. You know, I like it when we partner with local orgs in the community. So good job. I commend you all. Thank you very much. And I'm looking forward to helping people get on their way and become more productive in life. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And so the chair wishes to echo all of those sentiments. Certainly, this operator has a long-standing and outstanding reputation in our community. And we've heard from our audience, some audience members that are delighted with the choice here. And so I'm looking forward to great things and being able to reach our most vulnerable in our community in the best way that we possibly can. So with that said, the discussion period is now closed. And Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right. So yes. So thank you. So the council and the SCLAA Board of Directors has taken action in accordance with the recommendation set forth on the agenda.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
if I might, and this is not customary, but Jimmy Waldron, I'm a big fan. He's in the audience. He is high desert homeless. Him and his wife, big parts of this community. I just have to, I'd like to recognize Jimmy and just say thank you for all that you do.
Thank you, Mr. Metzger. Certainly. All right, so with that said, we are going to take a 10-minute break. We're going to resume at 8:13, and at that point, we're going to take up the consent calendar. Yeah, that was everybody is time. It's time. Open session. It's now 8:14 and we are going to resume open session with the consent calendar. This is items 5 through 15. And so at this time, a motion is in order for the council and the council acting on its various boards of directors to approve action on consent items 5 through 15 in accordance with the recommendations presented on the agenda.
I'd like to move the item. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, so
Are you?
Mayor Pro Tem Irving, seconded by Member Gomez. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez, Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, so the council and its various boards of directors have approved the consent calendar items 5 through 15 as far as the recommendations go on the agenda. Now going to move on to item number 16. This is conduct of city council meetings pursuant to AB 361. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, this is just a housekeeping item to allow us to continue to have remote meetings if necessary, relying on Zoom. So this item's authored by your city clerk, similar to an action recently taken. She's available, Ms. Thompson, to answer any questions or comments you might have.
All right, so with that, Madam Clerk, the recommendation.
That the city council make the following findings. State of emergency as a result of the threat of COVID-19 still exists and continues to impact the ability of members of the public, the city council members, city staff, and consultant presenters to meet safely in person. And the state of California and the city of Victorville continue to follow safety measures in response to COVID-19 as ordered and recommended by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, California Department of Public Health, and/or County of San Bernardino as applicable, including facial coverings when required and social distancing. And the city council hereby declares that pursuant to these findings, city staff are authorized to utilize teleconferencing accessibility, conduct public meetings pursuant to AB 361 and Government Code 54953 as amended thereby.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, technical questions as to the report on this is something that we took up just some very few weeks ago. So I would think that we're all up to snuff on this, so to speak, but we'll go ahead and move on with questions. We'll begin with Member Becerra.
Just one. Mr. Metzler, the chairs in the audience were following the recommendations. Is that why they're taped off on certain ones?
They're taped off, and I'll add that the reason why we're wearing masks has more to do with Cal OSHA standards and requirements of all companies and agencies. And because we as a city have experienced an increase in our positivity case rate here in the workplace, we've actually achieved here at City Hall, though we're not proud of it, outbreak status by definition. And so we have to put precautionary measures in place, including the wearing of the masks and the social distancing. So that's effectively why you see the yellow caution tapes and in fact the dividers, and in fact many of us are not in our usual seats, and that's because we are in outbreak status. Once we see a decline in our positivity rate to where we're not experiencing any COVID positive, I believe in the course of 14 days is what we have to measure, then we could actually release these precautionary measures that are in place.
Okay. And that's why we're not seeing our department heads in front of us, correct?
Correct.
Very much. Madam Mayor, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Member Becerra. Member Gomez.
Yes. Is the status of the measurements that were probably analyzed or oversaw or overseen or reviewed by staff available as an attachment herein?
No.
No, okay. Will there be an overflow room today? There seemed to be at capacity based on what we saw. A lot of people were standing or wanted to sit next to their loved ones. Is there any mitigation with that, or there's no mitigation?
There can be. Today was the struggle in large part because Conference Room D, that would normally be our overflow facility. However, the Registrar of Voters has actually been putting Conference Room D to use. Not sure how long it's going to take for them to transition out now that the election is near ending. But once we can have that conference room freed up, we can certainly avail that as an overflow.
Okay. Again, my question was, two-prong. You answered one part of it. Did you say that we were going to mitigate when we had families that wanted to sit together? I had a lady with her child underage and she wanted to sit together, which was accommodated, but she seemed to be standing in frustration a little bit, and I don't know who accommodated her. But would that be an option? It was today.
Family members, that is an option to the extent they're family within the same household. It's my understanding of the read that it would allow those folks to sit closer together.
Okay, sit closer together, not necessarily side by side, or is that also inclusive in?
Side by side is fine for family members in this household.
And for that, does the Cal OSHA govern the charter of the city of Victorville?
Say that again.
Does Cal OSHA, you mentioned something about OSHA or Cal OSHA or something like that. And so I was just wondering.
They're a state regulatory agency for workplace safety. All companies and agencies have to adhere to or abide by their workplace safety regulations.
Okay, but if the city council would have the findings otherwise, would they supersede the authority of a councilship of 3 or more?
Cal OSHA's regulations would govern.
So the city council would not be able to oppose it. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Oh, okay. I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, we're required as an employer to comply with the OSHA standards. In fact, you're not wearing a mask is not complying with an OSHA standard. I would encourage you to comply. The ultimate could be a citation from OSHA of non-compliance, and to that extent could come with fines.
Oh, and so that would be under the First Amendment of my constitutional right that you're addressing, right?
No, I'm just advising the regulations as we understand them that are imposed upon OSHA.
Okay, that wasn't my question, but I appreciate you pointing out that I voluntarily decided not to wear a mask. Will there be options for mask use in the city of Victorville for entry points for consumers that come in?
No, not for City Hall currently. All employees and visitors are being required to wear a mask.
And so there's a state mandate in effect right now.
It's a regulation under Cal OSHA.
So no state mandate, but it's a regulation.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further question.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Moving.
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
All that good stuff.
Gotcha. All right, so at this time, it's a motion is in order from the council to adopt staff recommendation.
So moved.
Thank you. We have a first by Member Becerra, second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Discussion on the pending motion, Member Becerra.
No discussion.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
No discussion.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, it's under, when I took the oath as a council member to represent the community, I represent a population that seems to be not.
Member Gomez, I'm going to bring you back. I'm going to call for the orders of the day and bring you back to the purpose of this. It's discussion on the pending motion.
Yes, and so that's for
grandstanding.
that there's, I'm sorry, your, what you just stated shows a level of impropriety. That was uncalled for.
Member Gomez, if I can ask you to pause for just a moment.
Sure.
Please kindly make sure that we're pausing her time as well. So calling of the question is a very important part of parliamentary rule, and sometimes it's very necessary. However, Member Gomez is free to make comments, but the chair is going to admonish her to keep in line with the pending motion, and Mayor Jones has not had an opportunity either. So we have to be careful when we do this that we're not actually precluding someone from having an opportunity to at least speak very briefly. We don't want to curtail their rights to participate. So Member Gomez, I'm going to ask you to make sure that your comments are directly related to the pending motion.
Yes.
Move on.
Your comment of grandstanding was uncalled for. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And with that said, the chair has no comments. Discussion on the pending motion is closed. And Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra. Councilmember Gomez.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
All right, so we have adopted staff recommendation as posted on the agenda for item number 16. We're now going to move on to item number 18, having already taken up item number 17 before our recess. And this is the project proposal to California Transportation Commission for local streets and roads funding for fiscal year 2022, 2023. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, Senate Bill 1 is a measure that we're familiar with, as it actually increased certain fuel taxes and vehicle registration fees, basically to help expand statewide the construction of roadways. And in our particular case, we've identified, and you're familiar with through your CIP, the prioritization that we've placed on our roadways. And I believe, in fact, the next one up in the order of priority is that stretch of Bear Valley Road from Amethyst to 395. And so to use some of that SB1 money, there's a pre-approval process effectively that's required. And so this item effectively serves as the authorization to submit this project, that stretcher project, for consideration by the CTC, and presuming, as they have on other similarly natured projects, approved the LSRF funds, presuming they approve the use of those funds, then we would actually spend those funds, likely along with Measure I, to complete that roadway project. So with that, the author on this item is your city engineer, Mr. Brian Gengler. He's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Appreciate it, Mr. Metzler. All right, Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the Honorable City Council adopt resolution number 22-054, approving the Bear Valley Road, Amethyst Road to US Highway 395 project for submittal to the California Transportation Commission to be eligible to receive local street and road funds for fiscal year 2022-2023, and authorize staff to submit this project proposal to the California Transportation Commission.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, technical questions for clarification as it relates directly to the staff report. We're going to begin with Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Thank you, Member Becerra.
Mr. Gengler, good job. It was a very good read on your 5-year capital improvement plan. Just congratulations, you and your team.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Becerra. Member Gomez.
Yes, a resolution. Why was this initiated as a resolution? That means it's a law that we're placing.
No, that actually is not what that means.
What does it mean?
Law would be in the form of an ordinance.
Okay.
The resolution is just the council taking position, coming to resolve on a particular issue. In this particular case, it's the submittal for consideration. It's a formal recognition that you as the council got behind this project, and this project is what you're submitting for consideration by the CTC.
So my next question is, why are we submitting to an entity as a recommendation? Why in that fashion?
It's a requirement of the CTC, which is the administrator of these funds. It's basically a pre-approval process before actually spending the funds that we receive.
Okay. And the next question is, whose district will this be covering if it's approved, and how does the city council mitigate when project funds are perceived as favoring a specific district from a council member?
Well, I'd have to.
Okay, I'm going to actually, this goes beyond the scope of this, but it's a very good question, but for a future agenda item.
So let me re-ask the question differently.
Sure.
What district would these funding dollars go to?
These funding dollars go to the at-large district of the city. And in fact, we currently don't have the districts in place. The decision actually to make this included as a part of our capital improvement program had nothing to do with districts and what district it's intended to serve. Had more to do with identifying the needs on our roadway system, which roadway systems required improvement because of useful life, damage, decay, what have you. And in fact, the planning for this particular stretch started 4 or 5 years ago, if I remember correctly.
What stretch? I'm sorry. Do you have the floor, ma'am? Should I read?
Member Gomez and Member Becerra.
I have not yielded my time, but I'm willing to do so. I was wondering if she wanted to say something.
You don't,
2019.
all right.
No, I'm just
Let's
listening.
get back to decorum. The chair facilitates the meeting, and so Member Gomez, please proceed.
Okay, so it's my understanding that on September 22nd of 2021, the city initiated districts, and in December, we went ahead. So I was just trying to understand in context, what stretch since this began 20 years ago and it's coming to fruition tonight as an effect of an outcome. What stretch is that? Would you refer to the pages? It wasn't clear to me.
Well, you're not going to find that answer in the staff report because that's not what staff considers when it identifies public improvement needs. We basically identify and make recommendations more so on the need as opposed to the district. But if you're looking for an answer as to where that stretch of roadway from Amethyst to 395 on Bear Valley Road exists, it looks like it would actually cover two districts,
2 and 4.
2 and 4.
Up for election. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. So, I mean, I just have to springboard off of that. So, I mean, the purpose of operating as a council, whether we're by district or at large, is to really set the direction, create the vision for the entire city. Is that fair to say, Mr. Metzler?
That is correct.
It has nothing to do with any upcoming election.
And as so long as I'm your city manager, we will not make recommendations based upon an election or what district certain improvements fall in.
Right, because you're charged with carrying out the direction of the council, which is for the good and the welfare of the entire city.
That's correct.
And carrying forward the vision and our strategic plan.
It's just the perception. We just want clarity and transparency and accountability.
As well suspend. So Mr.
So you guys heard it.
Member Gomez, you're out of order. Mr. Metzler, would you answer the question? I'm not sure I heard you.
Madam Mayor, you are correct.
Thank you, sir. All right. And I mean, there's a danger, certainly, and you understand this as an executive. When we start doing things like that, then we're creating a very fractious council who can do no good for the entire city. Fair?
I would absolutely agree with that.
All right, thank you. So with that said, the chair invites a motion from the council.
So moved to follow staff's recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. We have a first by Member Becerra, second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Discussion on the pending motion, Member Becerra.
This was brought about in June or August 13th of 2019. So I don't think it even had anything to do with districting back then. I will say, I think both of you were on the council back then. So both of you approved this back then.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Well, then it had something to do with something.
Thank you. All right, Member Gomez, comments on the pending.
Of course, just like following Ms. Becerra.
Member
You
Gomez,
were.
pending motion.
Yes, that's what she said. You and Member Mayor was there and she
All right,
was.
we're going to move
leeway.
forward.
So it's your district and you're being reelected, right? Or running for office.
Pending motion.
That's corruption and dishonesty. We're doing it right now
Mayor
in
Pro
front
Tem.
of people.
Mayor Pro Tem. All right, thank you. Chair has no comments on the pending motion. Discussion period is closed. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
So
Mayor Pro Tem.
no to corruption.
Member Gomez is out of order. My apologies, Madam Clerk. Will you please continue?
Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. So this is an appropriate time to have side conversations from any council member. Let's conduct ourselves with decorum. All right, the council has just taken action in accordance with the recommendation laid out on the agenda. All right, we're going to take a 5 minutes break because we're not going to have arguing behind the dais. It really defies decorum. The hope and the expectation is that when we return at 8:38, we will have restored decorum. Thank you.
My apologies, Madam Mayor.
All right, we're now resuming open session. Time is 8:38. And we're going to move on to item number 19. And this is the Wellness Center Project Amendment to the Agreement with Connect Homes for Community Buildings. Mr. Metzler, will you introduce the item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item particularly furthers construction activity at our proposed Wellness Center project. As you know, we are under construction currently, and we've actually previously awarded contracts for not only the civil work, such as the public improvements, earthwork, things of that nature, but we've also awarded for the modular living facilities along with the modular bathrooms. So effectively, this contract now is focused on another phase of the project, which is the four community rooms, four modular community rooms, all about 9,600 square feet, which effectively will be the facilities that'll house your administration activities, your community room activities, your clinic, along with recuperative care. Those are the services that are currently envisioned in those buildings. So with that, the author on this item is your city engineer, Mr. Brian Gangler. He's certainly available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the Honorable City Council approve Amendment Number 1 to the General Services Provider Standard Agreement with Connect Homes for community buildings for the Victorville Wellness Center in an amount not to exceed $3,385,515, and authorize the city attorney to make non-substantive revisions to the agreement as necessary prior to the mayor's execution thereof.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report, beginning with Member Becerra.
Just a question or comment. Thank you to all involved in this program, Mr. Metzler. It's great seeing it going forward and everything. To my fellow councilwomen who voted yes to begin it, to get us this far. Thank you very much. That's it, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Member Gomez.
Yes, so for this item, does the city council receive any updates or information in regards to substantive revisions, when and how they are made, if they are implemented in any fashion? Because substantive revisions, I don't have some examples, or I wouldn't know what a substantive division, would it be discretionary?
So certainly if there were substantive revisions to the agreement, we are actually required to bring that back for council consideration. The framework typically, as is the case here, where the recommendation for approval and authorizing the signing of the contract subject to non-substantive changes, it is basically giving flexibility to alter language, but so long as that language isn't changing the terms, changing the understanding, changing the context of the underlying document before you here.
Thank you. And I see 4 modular communities. What are these? What are the materials going to be used to construct these modular communities? Not to say that modular in itself indicates what the materials will be.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Gangler, are you up to speed on the materials, and can you describe the materials being used to construct these modular units?
I'm probably not going to be able to speak in any great detail. I can speak in generalities. I know that these modular units are all, and the dimensions are 10 feet wide by approximately 40 feet long. They can be transported. They will be transported by truck to the site. I know that they have a steel, what's called a moment frame, which is a stiff frame, which supports the structure, and that they are built out of, I believe, a wood frame, and they have a fiberglass panels. Mr. Sledgers might be able to provide more information, and also There might be somebody from Connect Homes participating in the meeting. I'm not sure if Allison with Connect Homes is participating. If she is, she may be able to provide more details on the actual construction of the units, their modular units. That's about all I can offer at this point.
So the further questions that I have are going to be pertinent to the flooring. I was wondering what the flooring is going to be made out of. Was also wondering if there's going to be internal walls or stucco or any kind of modifications. I don't know. And I'm going to surmise that the rooftops perhaps are going to be one material versus a different material. And with the landscaping, I don't know if it's going to be up to code, which is a lot of rock, or how that's going to function. So all of my questions for this item are pertinent to the matter that I just posed.
Okay, well, what I would suggest is we could provide those details certainly to you. I'm probably not going to be able to provide all those details now here in this meeting, but we certainly can provide all that information.
Mr. Gengler, I appreciate it. We actually do have the member here. I usually, when a member of the council has a question, someone is invited to be able to expand. I don't know if today that would be allotted to myself or if I'm restricted from having the explanation further explained to me. But I do see Miss Alice. Thank you.
Input, we'll take a look at that in a moment. Did you have any other questions?
No, that's why I stated that all my questions were pertinent to the construction, any gutters outside, anything like that.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I do have a few questions. We already entered a contract with this entity, right? It's a sub consultant for the architects, correct?
We entered into a contract, I thought, directly with them.
We did on April the 5th.
This is the second contract or actually an amendment to the contract with Connect Homes. The original contract was for the shelter units at the homeless center site, the wellness center site. And so this amendment would provide for the 4 community buildings.
Oh, okay. What happened to Urban Block?
And there's also a contract with Urban Block, and that company is providing modular restroom units for the wellness center site. So that's a different company, but those will be integrated into the buildings at the wellness center.
Okay, so this is like a phase 2, and we're just expanding the scope of work.
With Connect Homes.
Yes.
Connect Homes to build out 4 community buildings. Okay, for office space, what have you, counseling, is that what I understand?
That's correct.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Irving, and the chair has no questions and invites a motion from the council.
So moved, follow staff's recommendation.
Thank you. We have a first by Member Becerra, second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Discussion on the pending motion, Member Becerra.
Discussion.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
I only want to echo Member Becerra's comments. Good job, Mr. Gingler. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, absolutely. I had a lot of questions that were not provided with responses, and we did have an offer to have the individual come and explain some of these issues which are within the scope, and unfortunately, obviously the silence of not allowing the individual to come and speak, for my understanding, was curtailed. So I just wanted to make sure that was part of the record as a member who tries to understand within her purview of what she has accessible to her. And today you decided to thwart it, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. So again, it's inappropriate to question the motives or.
No, it's not. First Amendment right gives me the authority to question your motives as I desire and wish.
Out of order has not been recognized by the chair. Mr. Metzler, when you introduced the item, I don't recall your having invited a member of the audience to take questions if need be.
Correct, just. Mr. Gangler.
And hence the chair's direction on this. All right. So with that said, the chair echoes the sentiments praising our staff and certainly all of the hard work that's gone into this wellness center project. We're on a fabulous forward momentum, and hats off to the entire team. With that said, the discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the council's taken action in accordance with the recommendations set forth on the agenda. Moving on to item number 20. This is the vacation of vehicular access restrictions along Bear Valley Road. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. There's an underlying parcel map by the number of 17603. And it's a parcel map basically at the northwest corner of Bear Valley Road and 2nd Avenue, just west of and across the street from Desert Valley Hospital.
Thank you, Alice. Take care.
And
Gomez is out of order.
So are you.
Mr. Metzler.
Just showing courtesy, not like you.
Mr. Metzler.
so the parcel map, when it was originally recorded, it appears back in 2008, it was recorded with access restrictions for those properties fronting Bear Valley Road. And those access restrictions currently exist on the map. The hard corner at the northwest corner of the intersection of 2nd and Bear Valley Road is attempting to develop. I believe they want to put a fast food restaurant in there, and the access restrictions are impairing the ability to develop on that property. Saying it differently, the restaurant is looking to have a driveway onto Bear Valley Road. So effectively, this item is vacating in a very specific area, small area, that access restriction so as to allow the development to move forward. So with that, the author on this item is your city engineer, Mr. Brian Gangler. He's certainly available for any comments you might have.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Clerk. The recommendation, please.
That the Honorable City Council adopt the attached resolution number 22-056 to vacate portions of vehicular access rights along Bear Valley Road.
All right, thank you. With that, we're going to move on to technical questions for clarification, beginning with Member Gomez.
Yes. Hopefully these can be responded to, unlike the last one. Do we have anyone in opposition in the small area restriction, or have we inquired to see if there was something? Because the way it was presented, it just made it somehow seem like an eminent domain type of style. I don't think that was the intended understanding, so that's why I'm seeking clarification.
Nothing to do with eminent domain, and in fact, it's private property owner driven, where this access restriction is affecting the private property. It's something that the underlying owners of the map originated and created. I think likely what has occurred is the vision for that larger parcel map is probably changed, and trying to accommodate whatever development they possibly can. So public process, to my understanding, unless you correct me wrong, Brian, or Mr. Gangler, I'm sorry, is not typical in a case like this.
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Metzler.
So we're not asking for an easement, are we?
We're not asking for an easement. The private property owner is asking the city to acquiesce to their request to relinquish the access restriction.
Okay, so that terminology really brings in my mind's eye, are we somehow strong arming someone to provide this easement? I'm calling it an easement, but obviously it's not an easement.
No, in fact, it's quite the contrary. We're not strong arming anybody at all. We've been asked by the private property owner if we would consent to this request, and effectively that's what we're doing.
Okay, so this is city-owned property.
It's private property.
It's private property. How does the city of Victorville have jurisdiction over private property? Maybe that's the better question to ask.
It's because the way it was recorded in the map, and we actually had to sign off on the map. Let me see, I'm looking at so in page 1434 in the owner statement, that's where the language is going to be that actually creates the access restrictions. And those access restrictions, if I remember correctly in the language, it actually records those to the benefit of the city. And so it'd be the city as the one responsible to relinquish them if the city so chose to do so. We've been asked to do that here, and effectively we're consenting to doing that.
Okay, so last question for clarification. Does this access restriction advantage one and disadvantage the other, meaning the private owner?
Say that again.
Does this access restriction advantage one and disadvantage the other, which would be like a private owner, depending on who we're talking about, advantage and disadvantages?
No, based upon my view of the map on 432, I would actually say it benefits multiple owners in that the area that we're speaking to provides access onto Bear Valley Road, which per the map is not permitted. But then seeing how it's located between the two parcels, parcel 9 and 10, it looks like it's intended to provide joint access. So it's actually a benefit to multiple parties.
I want to understand what you're saying, Mr. Mesler. My time's running low. I like to vote appropriately, but I just feel like the city somehow is siding with someone to provide access, and I don't know the other side. If you could just clarify, because that's what I keep hearing. And if that's wrong, can you help me understand maybe differently? Because that's what I keep hearing.
Yeah, and it is wrong, but yeah, I'll clarify it. So on page 1432, I think the best way to characterize it is parcel 9, and the property owner of parcel 9 is wanting to build on that parcel. And for them to do so, they believe that they need access directly onto Bear Valley Road, vehicular access onto Bear Valley Road. Currently, the underlying map has a condition imposed upon it to where vehicular access directly from parcels 9, parcels 10, parcels 13 are not permitted. There's an exclusion there, and that's what the developer or the underlying property owner wanted at the time. But now with the type of development that's going on to parcel 9, it's viewed that access directly onto Bear Valley Road is necessary. Absent our consent or concurrence for parcel 9 to develop, they would have to instead depend on access to come off of 2nd Avenue.
Thank you. I appreciate your clarification. I see it a little different now. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
I don't have any questions.
Thank you. Member Becerra.
Mr. Metzler, allowing this property to start developing, isn't it going to help the general public because 3rd Avenue looks like it's going to punch through eventually as they start building parcels 9, 10, 13, and 14?
I think it'll be helpful. I think a big part of the reason why a restriction for access can get put in place like this is to provide the city engineer with an opportunity to take a close look at eventually if there were access to be proposed, making sure that they're proposed in a location that is still deemed safe. And so I believe that likely was a part of Mr. Gangler's consideration in reviewing the ask from the developer, for example, to make sure where it's proposed is not too close to the intersection. Is that a safe summary of what you may have looked at, Brian?
Yes, that's exactly it. Yes, the driveway location is appropriate where it's shown.
And this is asking us to approve it, as Mr. Gangler has shown to us many times. He is a traffic engineer and certified, so he knows what he's looking for in the sense of right-of-ways and the safety of the public ingressing and regressing out of that driveway, correct?
Correct, and to be more precise than what's on 1432, because that's just that's just a not to scale or anything like that. But the legal description, legal definition of that is actually found on pages 1429 and 1430. That would be the more precise location of that. lifting of the access restriction.
And I'm gonna ask Mr. Gangler this. Mr. Gangler, whoever builds in that area, they're going to be required to put all utilities underground in that area, right away, sidewalk, curb gutter, everything correct to proper drawings and everything that you provide?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, thank you very much. No further questions, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Member Becerra. All right, and the chair has no questions on this item and invites a motion from the council.
So move to follow staff's recommendation.
We have a first by Member Becerra, second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Discussion on the pending motion. Member Becerra.
No discussion.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
No discussion.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yeah, so I appreciate the level of information provided as I try to understand this. That's all I have to state for this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. And the chair has no comments on the pending motion. Closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Becerra. Aye. Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So we've taken action in accordance with the recommendations set forth on the agenda. Moving on to item number 21. This is the Fifth Amendment to the General Services Provider Standard Agreement by and between the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority and Mission Ambulance Incorporated, DBA Mission Aviation Fire Rescue for aircraft rescue and firefighting services. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. This item particularly is adding cost and revenue associated with additional services provided above and beyond the already existing services provided by Mission Aviation to the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority. Just as a little brief background, at the airport at SCLA per FAA regulations is required to have ARF service provided at the facility and does so via contract with Mission Aviation, has done so since 2019. And we effectively budget annually for the baseline cost of service, which is the cost of service to the airport itself. And on occasion, we do get asked as the airport to extend and expand service for private purpose. In this particular case, Boeing has some special flight test operations occurring to where they're asking for, above and beyond what we currently provide, dedicated service to support their flight test mission. Currently, Boeing is doing flight testing for the 777-900, which is the next variant of 777, a wide body aircraft, eventually believed to replace the 747. Not yet in flight, but going through the certification process. So with that, effectively this amendment does increase the expenditure, but also accommodates the ability to recover those costs, effectively having reimbursements from Boeing for the costs associated with this amendment. The author on this item is your airport director, Mr. Eric Ray. He's available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, the recommendation.
That the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority Board of Directors approve amendment number 5 to the General Services Provider Standard Agreement by and between the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority and Mission Ambulance, Inc., DBA Mission Aviation Fire Rescue for fire rescue and firefighting services, project BM 18-061, increasing the compensation by $100,000 and adopting resolution number SCLAA 22-010, amending the fiscal year 2021-2022 budget by increasing expenditures to Fund 450 by $100,000 and increasing revenue by $115,000.
Yes, thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, questions for clarification as to the staff report, beginning with Mayor Pro Tem.
I want to thank Mr. Metzler for a very brief, thorough, and concise overview. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Becerra.
Mr. Metzler, does this include the firefighting aircraft? I think it's a 767, the 11, I think they called it, for that fights fires in Southern California?
No, it does not. That's a completely separate operation that used to be based out at the airport, but is no longer based. I think you're talking about the 10 tanker program.
Yeah. that one. So this is not that program.
Unrelated.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes, is this item related to Mercy at SCLA or is this distinct from what this item is asking?
Completely unrelated to Mercy.
Thank you. And for the airport funding, is that through an interloan fund or that's its own account?
The airport fund is its own fund.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. None. And invites a motion from the SCLAA Board of Directors.
Madam Mayor, I move to accept staff recommendations for the
Second. I'm sorry, I'm seconding it.
Okay, first by Mayor Pro Tem Irving, and I did hear Member Becerra first. And we're going to take discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Mayor Pro Tem.
no discussion.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yeah, so it's my understanding that tonight what we're doing is expanding services. So thank you for considering the expansion that's probably needed, although I don't have the facts, but that's something that we want to always expand on, the safety and the better for the service of the community.
That's right.
Right, thank you, Member Gomez. And the chair wishes to echo the sentiments of my colleagues. Great job, staff, in preparing a full report that helps us certainly in our deliberative process. And certainly Mr. Metzler, as per usual, does a stellar job in introducing the items for the benefit of all. Right, with that said, the discussion period is now closed. Chair invites, excuse me, Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, so the SCLAA Board of Directors has taken action pursuant to the recommendation laid out on the agenda. Moving on to item number 22. This is the first amended and restated interfund loan agreement between the City of Victorville Development Impact Fee Building Fund and various City of Victorville contributing development impact fee funds. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you.
That was a mouthful.
This one is. Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, this item effectively recasts through the amendment, recasts an existing loan. And it's an interfund loan amongst those funds that you identified, and basically recasts a loan for 15 years. Back in 2005, 2006 timeframe, we were building a number of public facilities, and actually the public facilities diff fund had to effectively borrow to build public facilities such as the expansion of City Hall here. And so that original loan was casted at little over $20 million and has been paid down to some degree, but not enough to pay it off over the course of time when the loan agreement was originally approved in 2011 for 5 years and then extended again for 5 years. Effectively, this recast for 15 years, believing that is a hopeful enough time frame to collect diff fees in the public buildings fund to be able to pay off those other funds that contributed to the loan. So with that, the author on this item is your Deputy City Manager, Ms. Sophie Smith, co-authored by your Finance Director, Mr. John Mendiola. They're both available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, the recommendation.
That the Honorable City Council approve the first amended and restated interfund loan agreement between the City of Victorville Development Impact Fee Building Fund and various City of Victorville contributing diff funds.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, technical questions for clarification, beginning with Member Becerra.
Thank you. Mr. Metzler, in reading the background, 2005, that was prior to anybody up here on the dais sitting had any voting power about it, or yourself being city manager, correct?
That is correct.
So we're trying to clean up someone else's authorization of this. We had nothing to do with it.
This council did not. That's correct.
All right, thank you. No further questions, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Member Gomez.
Yes. Does this document memorialize the restated interfund loan agreement?
Yes, the only thing really different is the term, and it just recast the term another 15 years.
And in terms of your statement, collect diff fees to pay off the loan, can you expand a little bit more on that statement?
I'm sorry. Yes. So we commonly refer to diff fees, and just as we dealt with it earlier in this meeting, inside the diff fees are a number of different fees funding a number of different capital improvements. So for example, one of the funds under diff fees would fund diff roads as an example. And roads probably is a good example in this particular case, because back then roads was one of the diff funds that actually had a strong cash position where it could actually didn't have immediate plans to construct certain roads at that time, and actually used its cash to help the public building fund under diff, which was the funding source for the construction of, say, City Hall. That's how the Interfund loan was created. Public building fund under diff was responsible for that public building, which is City Hall, and relied on other diff funds that actually had cash in them to pay for the construction, memorialized via loan agreement. And so effectively, when over the course of time, and hopefully with our new diff fees in place, as development occurs, so long as public buildings diff collects enough, or when it does collect money, it'll actually use that money to pay back this loan, which would then deposit into, say, roads, and staff report calls out diff recreation, public safety, all of those contributing funds that participate in the loan to public buildings will get paid back.
Thank you. And why 15 years and not continue the trend of 5-year extensions?
Because we don't realistically believe, based upon the growth, that it can be paid off in 5 years.
And are there any types of waivers that we may be discussing within the documents for diff fees, since it's just the word that's recasted?
Not relating to this item.
And how is the street lighting fund affected by this?
It looks like the street lighting diff fund was a contributor to the loan. So as public buildings collects money, street lighting diff fund would actually participate in some of the receipt of repayment.
So when you say it would participate in the payment, what is that?
We would allocate money from whatever public buildings pays. We would allocate money to, in the case of streetlights, to streetlights.
So streetlights would have money or reserves, or
Streetlight diff.
can you, I just don't understand.
It's a capital fund as opposed to a street lighting operating fund.
So you're saying that this street lighting fund is different from just street lighting fund?
There's a different street lighting fund, correct?
Okay, well, I confused them because I thought they were the same thing. One's a capital improvement project and the other is?
The other one is a fund basically for operations of the street lighting system. It does have capital of its own, but the capital of its own, and that's the $14 fee. I'm not sure if you're familiar, but we collect $14 roughly per parcel. That goes to pay for the street lights, the traffic signal lights, and to the extent there's capital where we want to install new street lights. An example, I think, was over in the Square Mile. I think that was one of our last projects constructed. We would actually build those streetlights as capital out of that separate streetlight fund.
So is it the maturity date of the loan is 15 years? Is that what the document is portraying?
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Pro Tem Irving.
Yes, first of all, I want to say thank you to Blanca Gomez for adding value to council's discussion on this item. I don't have any questions. And of course, Mr. Metzler, I cannot commend you enough. Thank you. I don't have any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Okay, I do, because I want to make sure I understand. I think I actually may have had the wrong impression over the past few years. So street lighting diff funds, I always thought were restricted monies.
Street lighting diff would be restricted to capital. Yeah, and I think the best way to characterize the difference in the capital for the diff streetlight fund, I think the easiest way to characterize what we likely would spend that money on are the street lighting capital items that we actually included in the diff study. And with that, there's your nexus as to what you could spend those funds on. The separate street lighting fund, and don't quote me, I think maybe it's Fund 202, but anyhow, there's a separate street lighting fund for the operations and maintenance of our street lighting system. And so that's different. That also is restricted for those street lighting purposes, but restricted to something that's different that's in the street lighting diff.
Just but we were allowed to interfund borrow against that?
The street lighting diff, it was determined at the time, and yes.
Okay. I'm gonna try to wrap my brain around that, but I'll do it a little bit later, but thank you. All right, so with that said, the chair invites a motion from the.
So move to follow staff's recommendation.
Second. Thank you. First by Member Becerra, second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Discussion on the pending motion, Member Becerra.
No discussion.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Member Gomez.
It wouldn't be within the scope of the motion, so no.
Okay, thank you. And my comment is to thank the staff for a wonderful report and answering our questions concisely so that we can make a reasonable decision here. So with that said, the discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
All right, so we've adopted the recommendation from staff as set forth on the agenda. Moving on to item number 23, consideration of providing public comment to the state assembly members and senators in support of Cal City's request to use the state's historic surplus to allocate $1.6 billion for programs that achieve shared city and state goals for housing and climate resiliency, as well as reimburse cities for unfunded state mandated programs. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This was a big focus of conversation last month at the League of California Cities event up in Sacramento. And there was an ask by Cal Cities of all of its members to consider taking a position on a measure, on an ask that they are making of the governor. And that's for the governor to recognize as a part of its budgeting efforts, recognize the need for local cities. And the ask has been that with the surplus, that cities be considered as a part of his budget to help address things such as housing and economic development, certain waste recycling needs. But interestingly, and I would say most importantly, because that's where my attention draws, is addressing all of the quote unfunded mandates that have been imposed on cities for years through legislation or actions of the state legislature and governor. And so recognizing that amounts are owed by the state for unfunded mandates. The Cal League of Cities actually took it upon itself to believe this is the time, especially in day of surplus, for the governor to consider helping cities out and paying for a number of those state mandated programs that went without funds to pay for the exercise of the mandate. So with that, I was the author on this item. I actually did participate in the event. Certainly encourage a letter of support to be submitted.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, the recommendation.
That the Honorable City Council authorize the mayor to submit a letter to all assembly members and senators in support of requesting the state's historic surplus to allocate $1.6 billion for programs that achieve shared city and state goals for housing and climate resiliency, as well as reimburse cities for unfunded state mandated programs.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, questions for clarification, beginning with Member Gomez.
So essentially, this letter is an ask for a recommendation to appropriate dollars of surplus at the state level to be able to aid with the things that you enumerated, affordability of housing. I think there's something with recycling and other matters of that nature. Is that correct?
It's a letter of support, and that support would be from us supporting the Cal Cities ask of the governor. They're actually initiating the campaign, asking the governor to support, and effectively our letter is in support of their effort.
So stated differently, since I was not invited and I asked why I wasn't invited, but that's beside the question. I want to understand if my rendition is what you're asserting, because I don't understand how you're casting it. So that's why I try to create my understanding, and if that's the correct understanding, if you can help me by either saying, well, either you have some of it right or some of it wrong, because that'll help me understand what your rendition was stated in my wording. Would you like me to restate my understanding?
Sure.
I could do that. Okay, so then this is basically a letter in support of surplus dollars for the governor to reappropriate some of those fundings to housing, something like recycling and other things that you've delineated within the report.
Correct.
Thank you. One other question. Since we're going to be writing, I believe, several letters, or maybe it's just one letter addressed to the Assembly and one to the Senate. My question is, how many Assembly members and senators will we be addressing letters to, or is it just one for everyone? Or is this to Cal cities, and then they'll use it as their initiative, which you did say that earlier.
I think the best way to answer that is to direct you starting with page 1502. So there's 3 attendees, it looks like, on the actual top of the letter, and then there's a number of copies, including our local representatives, assembly member and senator, but also the respective committees that are expected to hear the governor's budget ask.
So this letter was a template.
We worked on it from a template, that is correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Welcome.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Thank you, Member Becerra. Questions? Thank you, and the chair has none. Invites a motion from the council.
So moved. Second.
Staff's recommendation.
Yes.
Thank you. We have a first by Member Becerra, second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Discussion on the pending motion. Member Becerra.
Discussion.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
No discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, in my inquiry to the motion, I failed to ask if it would be like a restricted matter of using it for housing and then using it for recycling. But I'm going to answer and say that's probably it.
Yeah, so this is the discussion period, but that's a reasonable question, Mr. Metzler.
I think it's safe to believe that those kinds of restrictions, if the governor so chose, that's likely what they'll be required for.
Thank you. No further questions. No comments.
Thank you, Member Gomez. And the chair has no comments on the pending motion. Closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Becerra. Aye. Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the council has taken action in accordance with the recommendations set forth on the agenda. Moving on to item number 24, the cancellation of the July 5th, 2022 regular city council meeting. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Just because of the proximity of the July 5th meeting to the July 4th holiday and likely being a long weekend holiday, we're asking, just because in part we don't view any real items to be discussed or any business to be discussed, but also staff experiences difficulty around holidays like this to be able to put together an agenda and have it prepared for a meeting like that, a meeting date like that. So yeah, as we've done in the past, staff is asking that this council consider canceling the July 5th meeting.
All right, thank you. So that's effectively the recommendation, I would imagine, but it's up to the council. So Madam Clerk, will you read the formal recommendation?
Any action is at the discretion of your honorable city council.
Thank you. All right, questions for clarification, Mayor Pro Tem?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes. Can the following meaning after July 5th be burdened because of a cancellation for July 5th? Is that something that we've considered, or is that just, we're not going to be burdened with extra for the day of cancellation?
If I understand you correctly, I think you're asking if this would burden the next meeting, which would probably be the July with an additional workload. that next meeting would be July 19th. I don't believe that's going to happen. If it was any other time of the year, if it was June or May, possibly. But July and August, especially once we get done with the budget, typically are quiet months for us. So I wouldn't expect an unnecessary burden of work to be pushed onto the 19th meeting.
Since we're forecasting something to project that it might not be burden, if for whatever reason there were to be an unexpected burden, would you allow the council to at least know in a timely fashion that supersedes the 72 or the typical, I think it's Thursday night, sometimes you give us a report, just to kind of heads up? Would that be something that you would consider doing? I'm just anticipating things. That's it.
Well, what I can do, because I think the best flexibility, I think what you're getting at is if there's a need for another meeting, the best way to do that is for me to work with the mayor, who has the authority to actually call a special meeting, and to the extent business arises prior to the 19th that necessitates a special meeting, I can certainly work closely with the mayor to discuss that and the appropriateness of calling for a special meeting, which would actually require 24-hour notice, but that gives us the best flexibility to have a meeting if necessary.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. All right, and I mean, Mr. Metzler, for many years now, even before I was elected, this is typically what's done in the first meeting in July, much like the first meeting in January because of the holiday.
Yes, and I would say, and I can see a lot of, I'm looking at my calendar, I see a lot of folks, especially with schools being out, vacations are starting. A lot of us are going to be heavily relieved by the fact that diff studies and labor studies and budgets are done. There's many people looking forward to a break.
Thank you. All right, and that's all I have. Member Becerra has asked, she'd like to ask some questions. Certainly she has time remaining. Member Becerra.
And you touched on it. Mr. Mitchell, we've been accused of having special meetings to try to hide things. It would be in our best interest. I don't think we, have a special meeting because we've had special meetings for other urgent items. If we need to meet, we can meet at 6 a.m, ladies. That's it. Thank you.
Try that.
Thank you, Member Becerra. All right, so with that said, the chair invites a motion from the council. In fact, it's appropriate to invite a motion to cancel the July 5th, 2022 meeting.
So, all right, I'll do it.
First by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Member Becerra.
Because she's gone.
And any discussion on the pending motion, Mayor Pro Tem?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, Member Becerra.
No, ma'am.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Not at this moment.
Thank you. And the chair has none. Closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Becerra, Councilmember Gomez, Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, so we have canceled the July 5th, 2022 meeting. And now we're going to move on to item number 25, City Manager reports.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll try to be quick. The rest, I've got a number of items here. I'll just email them to you. That way you have some of the updates. But I think the important ones to recognize first is we've got a summer reading program starting July 11th through the 23rd. And that's going to be a self-paced program at the Victorville City Library. There's no charge for that service. And so information can be found at our library page on the city website. Also, fireworks enforcement is in full effect. You've got Victorville Police, Code Enforcement, Animal Control, and Fire Prevention all directly involved. We're encouraging all folks to report fireworks, and we're still using our website portal as the location to report, and we will investigate, and we also will follow that up. Actually, we're already doing it. We've got a pretty exhaustive PR campaign promoting the awareness and the importance to not light fireworks. So with that, the other items I'll forward. That's all I have at this time.
All right, thank you. Moving on to item number 26. This is discussion and possible action regarding upcoming agenda items. We're going to begin with Member Gomez.
there was a lot of consideration from the general public in certain issues that I have, I think, already posed, and I believe policy doesn't allow me to continue to bring those, which was literally the triaging of police and see what their times are in terms of response and issues that deal with lighting. So I don't believe that I'm allowed to bring those motions, but those are, if I could bring those motions, those are motions that I would like to have considered, just because the public consistently asks of this matter, and it's nothing that I am my own recognizance says it must. It's a public outcry.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I received a few phone calls from community members regarding a particular project. So I move that this council direct staff to provide the council with an update regarding the affordable housing project in Old Town at our next regularly scheduled board meeting, or excuse me, council meeting, I believe is June 21st, 2022. This is just for informational. It's informational. Okay. Thank
All right, Madam Clerk, vote please.
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes,
Motion passes unanimously.
thank you. So that'll come up on the June 21st agenda.
All right, that's it. Thank
All
you.
right, Member Becerra?
I also move to see if the second meeting in August, Mr. Metzler, maybe we could see if there is an update from the school board superintendent. I heard we might have a new superintendent for the downtown project. Sports complex.
I second that.
And all the way to the second meeting in August. That's fine.
So I just want to make sure I understand. Can you repeat it?
So I'd like him to meet with the school board superintendent again. We've met with the current one.
Yes.
I've been told that current one is with the school. So now if we do have a new one, to put it on the table with the new superintendent.
Gotcha. So, do we need to, you want this as an agenda item?
Information only.
Information only. Okay. So.
I
Okay,
brought
so-
it up before, but
Yes, oh, for sure. Yes, for sure. So that assumes direction to the city manager to have new discussions
new discussions.
with the new superintendent before.
Same discussions, new person.
Yes, yes, ma'am. All right, and we have a second, did I hear?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Madam Clerk, vote.
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Just for clarity, it's informational, is that what we said?
Yes.
Yes, my vote is yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Absolutely.
Motion passes unanimously.
That's it. Nothing further, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. And I have one, but I'm also going to defer a little bit to our city manager because, well, so speaking to an audience member's concern, Mr. O'Brien, with lighting in downtown, I'm wondering if it's appropriate to have an update on where we are with the Old Town street lighting, because I recall that we had, a former council had a full discussion about this, a kind of a town hall well, not a town hall, but a workshop on this actually held in Old Town. And it's been some time. I'm wondering if we could get a new update on that. And certainly we have budgets and all those things coming up, but I don't know if you would want to consider what information you might have as part of the budget and or bring it up after the budget. So I'm going to leave this at the city manager's discretion.
I'll shoot for July, the second meeting in July.
Perfect.
I'll second.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you. All right, making sure I didn't miss anybody because I've inadvertently done this before. All right, moving on to item number 27, our final item this evening, reports from council members, and we're going to begin with Member Becerra.
Nothing reported this time. It was taken care of by Mr. Metzler on items we discussed.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Thank you, Member Gomez. Oh, I'm sorry.
accidentally muted myself. So what I have to share is typically what I do is I'm very involved with the general public face-to-face interaction, which is nothing uncommon for me as a member of the public and as a member of the city council. And that's what I continue to do to understand the traumas and the happiness or the advantages or disadvantages that a lot of the community members face from all ages, from children of young age with autistic issues to elderly individuals who suffer from isolation. And so that has never changed, and it continues to be something that I press forward to do. So that's my report in terms of what I do in the general community.
All right, thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate our new fire chief. Chief Fallon, I think you're going to do an outstanding job. I'm looking forward to great things from Victorville Fire. So congratulations to you. This is also the month of June. I want to say happy Father's Day to all of the dads out there. You are so important. You make a difference in the lives of your children. I particularly think so. I was a dad's girl. My dad passed on that. I'm a dad's girl. And also happy Juneteenth Day, and please be safe. And last thing I want to say, tonight, I think I want to congratulate us, my colleagues. We had a great meeting actually. So I think we knocked it out the ballpark. So anyway, I just want to say that and good night. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, so I'm going to zip through this and see if I can, instead of speed read, speed speak, as a courtesy to everyone. So a number of meetings this month, the Mountain Desert Policy Committee. There was one item of direct interest to the city, and that was the Caltrans I-15 pavement rehabilitation project. That's Oak Hill Road to Bear Valley Road. That's we've all seen that work, and there's an effort by Caltrans certainly to up the social media on that and to give updates as to what the freeway system is going to look like going forward, any lane closures and so forth. On the SBCTA Board of Directors, there were no items of interest to the city that were taken up. I was blessed to be able to be a judge at the Victorville Sings competition. That's the first event is coming at mid-June. Looking forward to that, as I'm sure we all are. I attended the Public Works Day event with Victor Elementary fourth graders, and that was a blast. Hats off, kudos to our Public Works Department and everybody that showed up to be a blessing to our fourth graders. I was also blessed to speak to a U.S. government class seniors at Excelsior High School and participated in a graduation of Greater Hopes class of 2022. Participated in the ribbon cutting and spoke briefly at the High Desert Training Center grand opening. And today I participated in the ribbon cutting and grand opening of Guiding Light Foster Family Agency, who has a very rich programming in their milieu, is going to be a cut above anything that we've ever seen. It's going to be wonderful for our community. And with that said, that concludes our business for this evening. And as a matter of housekeeping, all council members, staff, and audience members will kindly vacate council chambers and City Hall within 10 minutes. That's 9:46, so that these facilities may be cleaned and secured for the evening. Members of the public are not permitted behind the dais. This meeting is adjourned.